Hello everybody, and welcome back to Internet Nobodies. Over the course of 2025, I have listened to
143
books. I say listen to because I did listen to almost every single book this year. I prefer audiobooks, mostly just due to convenience. I can listen to them while I'm working, while I'm driving, while I'm cleaning, even while I'm playing video games. It's just my preferred medium. I have a cat biting me right now. Little fucking menace. But I personally feel the need to make that distinction. I am in the camp that feels that audiobooks are largely equivalent to reading. I like reading. I don't really have a whole lot of time to read. I say as I'm about to start this project, which is going to take a long time. But it's November right now, and I'm going to get this done in a somewhat timely fashion. Hopefully, this comes out before February. Anyways, I'd say it's time to get into it. I have everything I've listened to thus far written down. There are a couple of books this year that I have actually read. Those are marked separately. I essentially had one rule this year, and it was no repeats. I could repeat a book under one condition. If it was in a different medium. So be it audiobook or a normal book. I'm obviously not going to make a distinction between ebook and a physical book because it's essentially the same medium. That's my only distinction, and I mostly just said it because there were a couple of books coming out this year that I really, really wanted. Starting off, I do want to establish I didn't actually plan on making this video until I want to say like May. I had set a personal goal of listening to 100 books this year. And it was only up until about May that I went, oh, I could make a video about this. Like, I had been keeping track of the books I had listened to and all that. Just on my own time, I kept track last year as well. But, yeah, I could have planned this better, because, like, I don't have any dates for when I listen to anything. They're in order, but no dates. And I started with 5 franchises just halfway, or mostly completed. So I didn't plan this great, but I'm just gonna roll with it. A couple of things presentation-wise. I'm obviously gonna put the books right here. That's why I'm standing toward the side. I'm going to put them here with some information. I'm also going to distinguish whether or not I have previously listened to the book. That's just more so a me thing. I don't know what percentage of books I've listened to this year that I've already listened to. That's going to be something I'll figure out toward the end. But yeah, I like to re-listen to shit, okay? Sue me. We're starting off strong with Wind and Truth, Book 5 of the Stormlight Archive, written by Brandon Sanderson, performed by Michael Kramer and Kate Reading. Whoa, what a book! This is an awful book to start with. Okay, so essentially, I listened to it once, right when it came out at the end of 2025, or 2024 rather. Then I gave it a couple of weeks and then went, oh, I want to listen to it again. I feel like I didn't absorb it as much as I wanted to. So I listened to it again, and that carried over to the beginning of this year. I didn't deduct time or anything for it because of, like, I didn't deduct time because I started in 2024, finished in 2025. Again, I didn't plan for this. I feel like I will only talk about the length when it's relevant. It's relevant right now. This was a really, really big book. I still have over a month left this year, but I can say without a doubt, this is the longest book I listened to, clocking in at damn near 63 hours. 62 hours and 48 minutes, specifically, according to Amazon. It was a very long book. I don't exactly know how I'm going to portray any of this. This book, specifically part of the Stormlight Archive, I feel mixed about. On one hand, I love that it's the conclusion of this specific arc. There are going to be 2 arcs. There's going to be books 6 through 10 coming, I think, in like a decade. But no, this is the end of this first arc. It closes off a lot of the story notes that it needs to. And I like that. It's essentially one really long Sanderlanche. A Sanderlanche being essentially the climax of the story where a lot of stuff is revealed. That's this entire book. It's set over the course of 10 days, and it is non-stop. Sanderson has said that he intentionally wrote it like that with a much faster pace. And it is exhausting. It's a little bit exhausting. I think the next time I listen to this book, sometime in 2026 probably, I'm going to take breaks. Maybe day by day, like 1/10 of the book essentially. But it's exhausting. There's just so much going on. It cuts between perspectives very often. There's just a lot. Some people have issues with the anachronisms in it. Like people speak a little more casually in the book. And yeah, I can get behind that criticism just a little bit. I generally don't mind, so long as the rest of the tone remains consistent. And yeah, I'd say it remains pretty consistent. Fairly serious with a lot of levity in it, depending on the character you are following. I'm not going to really go into spoilers for newer books. So, like this, it came out last year. I'm not going to really get into spoilers with it. But like when you're following Kaladin, it's pretty chill. When you're following Adolin, it is not chill. It is not a chill book. Book number 2 is The Wise Man's Fear, written by Patrick Rothfuss and read by the wonderful Nick Podell. Nick Podell is one of my favorite audiobook narrators. Oftentimes, I will listen to a book specifically because his name is on there. I know. I'm going to do a little bit with the cat because she really needs the attention. So The Wise Man's Fear is book 2 of the Kingkiller Chronicle. It is something I've listened to before. The biggest disappointment with this book is the fact that book number 3 has not come out yet. That is a pretty common sentiment within the fan base that there is no book 3. Wise Man's Fear came out in 2014, I believe, so we're looking at about 12 years between book releases. Allegedly, he's working on it, but I do know that he suffers from mental health issues and all that. So we'll see when it happens. He has released a couple of other books since, more novellas, so they're a little bit shorter. Following the story of Quoth. And I'm just really looking forward to the conclusion of the series. This book had a lot of good in it. It had a lot of bad in it. There's a section of the book where he essentially becomes a sex god. Sex god Quoth is not entertaining for me. It's kind of boring. I really loved when he visited the Adem. Visiting the Fey realm was really cool. Him exploring just more of the magic system was really cool. There's a lot of good in this book. The writing is really, really well done. Patrick Rothfuss is known for writing and revising and revising and revising and revising. That's what he does. That's part of the reason why, allegedly, part of the reason why book 3 has taken so long. But no, I just can't wait for book 3. If it ever happens, I know, I'll just be sad. Part of it is it's setting up a wonderful tragedy. Book 1 starts with Quoth as an adult, like in his 20s, and shit's just kind of whatever for him. He doesn't have any of his friends. He doesn't really have his magic anymore. He's just kind of there. He doesn't have his music anymore. That's a really big part of his life. He doesn't have that with him. Essentially, it can all be summarized by the wording of the end of the prologue and epilogue of both of the books. It was the patient, cut flower sound of a man who was waiting to die. There's just a lot that might go on with that. I'm excited. And I'm also disheartened. Okay, book number 3 is The Sunlit Man, written by Brandon Sanderson. The reason I listened to Sunlit Man right after Wind and Truth is because it is directly related to the ending of the Stormlight Archive. It follows one of the characters from the Stormlight Archive in an indeterminate amount of time in the future, late Cosmere. Cosmere is the collected universe of Brandon Sanderson's works. It's a late Cosmere novel following one of the characters from Stormlight Archive. There are a few things relevant that happen in Wind and Truth in the Sunlit Man, but there's not nearly as much as I had anticipated upon re-listening to it. Sunlit Man is still a really good book. I feel like it's very well done. It's probably my favorite of the secret projects, at least. I don't know, actually. I don't know if I'd say it's my favorite of the secret projects, but it's up there. Oh, I fucked up on the spreadsheet. Sunlit Man is not read by Michael Kramer. It's read by William Demerit, who did a really, really good job. I really like William Demerit. It's the only book I've listened to of him thus far. A lot of people don't like him. I don't really know why, but I think the cadence and the way he talks is really good. Very well enunciated. He does the voices. I really like it when narrators do the voices, because I'm a child. But no, I feel like William Demerit did a good job. I will absolutely listen to any other books he does if I come across any of them. He's like a vocal coach. So I don't think he usually does audiobooks. But hey, who knows? Book number 4 was Wrath of the Triple Goddess, book 7 of the Percy Jackson and the Olympian series, written by Rick Riordan. With this one, I actually hadn't gone through all the previous books beforehand. I had just listened to it. I had gone through Chalice of the Gods. That's what it's called. I'd gone through Chalice of the Gods sometime last year, before Wrath of the Triple Goddess came out. So I felt like I was fine. Wrath of the Triple Goddess is a fine book. It's not amazing. I will say I do think with the Percy Jackson books specifically, Rick Riordan cooks. He does a really good job with them. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just he's the most comfortable writing Percy, like Percy's perspective, but he does a really good job with them. I mean, I'm a little outside of his target demographic now. I'm old, but by and large, I've always considered the Percy Jackson books to be his best written. And Wrath of the Triple Goddess, yeah, it kind of falls into that. Like, I feel like it's a very well-written Greek mythology retelling. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover, they babysit Hecate's pets. Like, silly premise for a book, you know? Jesse Bernstein, the audiobook narrator, he does a pretty good job in it. I don't remember his performance being all that bad. It was pretty bad in the first 5 Percy Jackson books. I listened to them a little bit later. Oh, homie. I'm so glad he got better. Book number 5 is Misery, written by Stephen King and narrated by Lindsay Krause. Misery is my favorite Stephen King book. In all fairness, up to this point, the only other book I had listened to was It, and I'm going to be honest, I hate It. I don't think It is a good book. But this is not about It, this is about Misery. I think Misery is an outstanding book. There's a lot of suspense to it, there's a lot of very vivid, I don't want to say torture scenes, but essentially torture scenes. It's about an author, yes, aspiring author. It's about an author who is stranded after a car accident, and he's kept hostage essentially by a crazy nurse. It's very well done. I really love the little excerpts of the Misery book that he is currently writing for Annie. That's her name, Annie. That he's writing for Annie. I think that's really fun. I like it when books do that. Like, they introduce, oh, there's this author, or there's these books, and they show a little bit of that. I really like that. And it's a satisfying ending, too. Like, he's struggling, you know? He was tortured for, like, months. Like, tough break, my dude. Number 6 is Edge of the Woods, written by Andrew Rowe, narrated by Nick Podell. Edge of the Woods is my least favorite of the main Andrew Rowe books, at least up to this point. I didn't really have anything against Edge of the Woods. Liam, the main character, I feel like he's fine. I liked that he brought Jonan back, Jonan from the War of Broken Mirrors books. The magic is interesting. It's a little too vague for me. Normally, Andrew Rowe does a much better job about creating a whimsical but hard magic system. But I feel like with Edge of the Woods, maybe he wanted to get away from that a little bit and kind of wave away things with Fey logic. It's a pretty good book. I think Andrew Rowe is a pretty good indie author. Every author has their books that are at the bottom of the list. You know, it's just the way it works. And for me, Edge of the Woods is at the bottom of that list, which is surprising because according to Andrew Rowe's blog, which you can read at, I believe it's andrewroweauthor.com, he cites it saying that the Edge books, Edge of the Woods and Edge of the Dream, which isn't out yet in my timeline, they are his favorite to write. And you know what? More credit to him. I love that for him. Love that journey for him. I'll listen to Edge of the Dream when that comes out tomorrow. But yeah, it's not great. Oh, this is Parm. He's the big boy. He's heavy. Like, get my squats in. Book number 7 is another Andrew Rowe title, When Wizards Follow Fools, Book 5 of the Arcane Ascension series. And the first book of this list that I read with my own eyes. Yeah. Ooh, no narrator. Except for the voice in my head that sounds like Nick Podell when I listen to when I read an Andrew Rowe book. This was one I was really excited about. I couldn't wait for the audiobook to come out, so I just decided, screw it, I'll read the ebook. I spent the few bucks to get the ebook on Kindle, and I read through it. And I liked it. I didn't love it. I liked it. The biggest thing that I have against this book is that it's a very political book. Not political as in like, oh, Democrats, Republicans, yada. No. It's fantasy politics. There's a lot of like, oh, this group is doing this. Oh, well, we need to stop them. Oh, well, let's gather a council of the Emerald Rank Wizards and they'll decide things. Oh, but there's political intrigue. Oh, but this character is this guy's mom, and she defected to a different country. Fuck all that. Okay? I'm cool with it in small quantities. I felt like When Wizards Follow Fools had a little too much of that. And honestly, that's fine. That's the only book in that series that is very politically forward like that. And I give it a pass. I read it. I liked it. It was good. I would still say I liked it better than Edge of the Dream. Or Edge of the Woods. Not Edge of the Dream. That's not out yet. It's certainly my least favorite of the Arcane Ascension series. This one might rustle a few feathers. Book number 8 is Sorcery, written by Terry Pratchett, part of the Discworld series. I don't remember this book. I intended to look at a little summary of it real quick, just to be like, oh, yeah, I remember. I don't remember it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like I remember it a little bit, but it didn't stick with me at all. This book was whatever. And right now is a good time to say I had 2 DNFs this far. Did not finish. One of them was the next Discworld novel, the Weird Sisters, however you want to say that. It just bored me so much that I could not continue it. That is my first DNF this year. Apparently Discworld is very hit or miss in the first, dozen books. People usually like to read a bunch of the different sub-series in Discworld. I wasn't going through that approach. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. That being said, Here. I didn't like sorcery. Really didn't like Word Sisters. Mort? Mort is a pretty good book. Book number 9 is God of War, written by Russell Stover and Robert E. Vardman. Narrated by Stephen Hoy. I like this book. It is a novelization of the 2005 video game God of War, of which I am a really big fan of personally. I think the first God of War game was my favorite in the series, but I'm a fan of pretty much all of them. This is a good book. From the little bit of the actual Greek poems that I have read, this feels like that. I feel like the writing is done in such a way that it is reminiscent of the old poems written by Homer. Not necessarily in the presentation, because the presentation is obviously a lot more violent, and there's a lot less of this guy, and on his team are this guy and this guy and this guy, with the changing perspectives of dealing with Athena and what she's doing versus dealing with Kratos and what he's doing, because obviously what Kratos is doing is not going to translate very well into a book the entire time. So it'll be like, oh, Kratos is off doing this, Athena is dealing with the other gods, trying to solicit their help for Kratos. I think that's a very well done aspect of the book. Otherwise, I don't know. I would say it is worth reading or listening to if you are a God of War fan. It is what I would call semi-canon. If it doesn't outright contradict the games, then sure, everything in the book could be seen as canon. I don't know if that's 100% the intention, but it could just be seen as a bit of world building for the series. There are a few things that are changed to make a little bit more sense, like the architect at the very end, Pathos Verdes III. He is an automaton. He put his soul inside of an automaton, and the end chamber for the series, or for the, I'll just say for the game. The end chamber for the game requires his skull to get in. That obviously doesn't make sense. Like, he's not going to make, the keyhole fitting for his head. How they did it was that it's a doorknob now, essentially like a button that you have to press, and it has to be pressed with living flesh. But since the guy is an automaton, Kratos is able to use him to push the button to progress. I feel like that makes a lot more sense, but obviously that's not something that they're going to really care about in a game. But it will make a lot more sense in a book. Video games and books aren't exactly one-to-one, obviously. Book 10 is Beware of Chicken number 4, written by Casual Farmer and performed by the also wonderful Travis Baldry. This book was hit hard with the I didn't plan this video out in advance thing, because I read it, or listened to it. I listened to it as soon as I realized that the book was out. I hadn't realized that it had come out at the time, so I was like, alright, I just downloaded it, listened to it right then and there, finished it in like a day or two. I'm a big fan of the Beware of Chicken series. That being said, I'm not going to... Again, I'm avoiding spoilers on newer books. It's a newer book, so I'm going to largely avoid the spoilers on that. But the main gist of the book, and of all the Beware of Chicken books, is just this guy who is sick of doing cultivation, which is a type of like Chinese spiritualism. He's sick of doing all that, living that type of lifestyle, so he becomes a farmer. And in the act of becoming a farmer, he gives his energy into the earth, and it makes him insanely powerful. And he has all these farm animals, and they end up becoming spirit beasts because of his presence. That's all I'm really gonna say thus far. I really like Beware of Chicken. Book number 11 is Six Sacred Swords, written by Andrew Rowe, also performed by Nick Podell. Is book 1 of the Weapons and Wielders series. Gotta say that. This is a slow book. It largely involves around Karis Solarian, also known as Talion Solaris, coming to this new continent. I believe it's Caldwin. And he stumbles upon a dragon living in her cave. Her name is Reika. And, Reika is guarding one of the 6 sacred swords, Dawnbringer. Dawnbringer also ends up being sapient, with human-like intelligence. And they all become best friends, and they go on an adventure together. That's the main gist of the book. It's a lot slower because there's a lot more interpersonal relationships between the 3 of them. There's like a little bit of sexual tension between Reika and Karis. There might be some like romantic connection between Karis and Dawnbringer. Like, what's going on there? Who knows? She's a sword, but he's really into swords. He might be a sword. That's a plot point. It's a good book. I really like it. Specifically for the audiobook version, Nick Podell does a very good job with Karis's voice. He has like a very like Boston tough accent, a little bit more of like a hey, how you doing voice to him. I like that. Adds a bit more character to it. That's all I really got to say about that. The one thing I don't like about this book is the name. It's 6 sacred swords. I get it, but only one sacred sword pops up in the book. And it's Dawnbringer. The other books in the series, Soulbrand and Diamantine, are named after other sacred swords. So you got 6 sacred swords, and then Diamantine, and then Soulbrand. Doesn't quite flow together on the bookshelf, you know? Not that I have any of them, but you know what I'm saying. Book number 12 is Diamantine, also by Andrew Rowe and narrated by Nick Podell as part of the Weapons and Wielders series. This time frame, I was going through a rough patch at work, so I was just listening to all these back to back, basically. Like, don't mind me. Like I said, I don't really have any rules with doing this. One semi-rule was like I didn't want to listen to too many books in like the same series or by the same guy at once or in a row. Didn't quite work out. That's why it wasn't an established rule. So the book Diamantine and Soulbrand are based around Karis and Reika joining this tournament called the Tournament of the Sacred Sword, I believe. Where the winner has a chance to fight the Empress for the weapon Diamantine. So you see a lot of video gamey. Andrew Rowe is heavily inspired by a lot of video games. You see a lot of video gamey shit happen. Like there's this big labyrinth type challenge that they like run through. There's mimics that Karis just completely obliterates. They get different items and all that power them up. It's not lit RPG, but it is lit RPG adjacent. Lit RPG being very heavily inspired by gaming. Like usually there's a level system with more of like a dialogue system, like administrative system and all that. But Andrew Rowe definitely likes his video games. I think even at certain points it says like, oh, the chest opened with fanfare, which obviously is going to elicit feelings of like Zelda with like the da-na-na-na. It's silly, whatever. Biggest thing that I have against these books, this is also going to be for Soulbrand as well. There's no 4th book yet. I don't know when Soulbrand came out, but it's been a few years. He's been working on other projects, which I understand. But I really want a conclusion for Weapons and Wielders, because it is setting up a beautiful tragedy. There's a frame story, which if you don't know, a frame story is basically usually in a first person's perspective novel, which this is. The frame story is the situation or the context of the character telling the story, usually to other people, and obviously taking place in a different time frame. The way that Soulbrand ends is Karis saying, essentially like, I miss you, Dawnbringer. And there's no voice. So there's something that happened. No, we don't know. Later on in the sufficiently advanced magic book, or the Arcane Ascension books. Karis locks away some of his memories to deal with like some of his grief regarding what happened with Dawn. That's as much as we know. So something happened. We don't know what. And I'm so excited to get to it. He's working on it right now. He has a friend of his co-writing with him, which didn't work out too well the last time, I guess, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Another part of these books that I also really like is just some of like the cool items they get, and there are a lot of game references. There's the Pale King, which I don't think he has an actual name, but he's 100% Dracula, and he like has the goblet full of blood, and he like throws it to the ground, like the iconic scene from Symphony of the Night. It's just silly. These books are largely silly, but I feel like that makes the heavy hitting parts so much more poignant. What's going on? What is that? Huh? Book number 14 is Sufficiently Advanced Magic, book 1 of the Arcane Ascension series, also written by Andrew Rowe and narrated by Nick Podell. It's a completely different story. There is a frame story regarding it, but it's not important. The main character is a boy named Corin Cadence. I call him a boy, but he's probably like 17 if I remember correctly. Maybe 16. He's younger. Part of the magic of this world is that people go through what are called judgments in one of the 6 soaring spires. And at the end of the judgment, if they succeed, they get what's called an attunement. It's on a random part of their body, usually like the head or the hand, chest, leg, so on, that give them a certain type of magic. There's also certain types of these attunements. Corin is given the Enchanter attunement, which is based around making things. That's what he does. He makes things. He's a smart boy. But he also comes from a military family that does not like smart boys. They do not like smart boys. His father's disappointed with him because he didn't get a combat attunement. He has a sister named Sarah. They go to magic school together. They're the same age, which is sus because this society doesn't like twins. So they're the same age. It's something weird to think about. So they go to magic school, which is just outside one of the soaring spires. They go, oh, there's intrigue going on because one of the visages, essentially like demigods, is missing. So there's something going on there. Oh, and our boy Karis is there. There's something going on with him too. He's sus. We don't know about him. And they gotta find Vera. I believe her name is Vera. They gotta find her and bring her. Corin, they gotta find her, bring her back to the Soaring Spire in order to stop Katashi from destroying the city. It's not like a groundbreaking story or anything, but it works. It is fully passable. The biggest boon for the series for me is the magic. That is what I really like about it. It's fun. I love how detailed it is. It's just type of shit I'm into. Number 15, book 2 of Arcane Ascension, On the Shoulders of Titans. I'm going to be 100% honest. At this point, the series kind of blends together. Like, I remember it, but it's all kind of the same book to me because I always listen to them back to back. It's 100% my fault. So I'm not going to go in play by play. But they go into a different tower. They don't go through another judgment. They see crystal shrines, which are magics that predate the arrival of the goddess to that continent. Karis is there. He's a homie. He's essentially their bodyguard for a while. In the 4th book, The Silence of Unworthy Gods, I'm looping these all together. So this is books 15, 16, 17. In the Silence of Unworthy Gods, there's actually a lot of shit about blood purity and all that. That, commoners shouldn't be allowed to have magic. Like, they shouldn't be allowed at this fancy school. And there's a very touching scene. So part of Karis's story is that he has a hard time controlling his magic. His magic is completely obliterative. It annihilates anything he touches. So a lot of it is control. He has a hard time controlling that, especially under emotional distress. At one point, one of the side characters, his name is Patrick Wayland, he is attacked by these blood purists. And Karis, he's gone. Oh, he's so fast. He's like, phew. And just the whole fucking like ground that he's running is just all sorts of torn up from his magic like leaking. It's a really touching scene. Also, it's kind of horrifying too because Corrin invents for everyone like communication necklaces, and you just hear help, like somebody help, attack. So it's like stressful. It's like, oh, what's going on? And then the shit with Karis happens. Like, whoa. I like the whole series. I think all the side characters are written very well. Karis is a side character in it. He's our homie. He'd been around since War of Broken Mirrors, which I didn't listen to at this point. Patrick's great. Sarah's great. Marissa, Mara, she's great. Like, everyone's great, you know? Like, everyone's very well done. So when you get tough moments like that, they hit. Like, they do a very good job of resonating. In Silence of Unworthy Gods, Karis ends up leaving with one of his old friends, Rin Jaden, and kind of leaves everyone by themselves. Oh, the Vakes. So there are these groups, there's this group of super strong individuals called the Vakes. Their whole shtick is they eat magic, and then they can assimilate it and use it for their own purposes. There's a Vakes that pops up in, I want to say, The Torch That Ignites the Stars, Book 3. His name is Saffron. Oh, he fucks everyone up. But then Karis shows up, and then Saffron's kind of like, guess I'll leave. Because Karis is like, even I know better than to fuck with a Vakes. Like, not necessarily Saffron, but like, there's stronger Vakes he doesn't want to fuck. At the end of The Silence of Unworthy Gods, Saffron kills Sarah, mostly, and actually completely destroys one of Mara's hands. So she's now crippled. Sarah, who was actually saved from the brink of death by another Vakes, but she's fucked up. Her magic is like completely ruined at this point. Like, she can kind of do magic, but she's fucked up. Very sad ending. It was not like a feel-good ending. Oh, also, before then, before all that, at one point, Corrin's father, Magnus Cadence, pops up and is like, hey son, you're a dick. I'm gonna fight you. And then Corrin goes, yes, father, I will fight you, but I will do it at the end of the school year. I don't remember the exact reasoning, but he's like, I'll fight you at the end of the school year. And his dad's like, okay. Oh no, because it was like, the dad's like, oh, I have to get through you to get to Corrin. And Karis is like, that's not how that works. You don't get through me. Oh, I wanted to see that shit. Oh, disappointing. But so there's the fight with Corrin's dad goes down. And it's not even a fight. Corrin, he was given a special attunement by Katashi, which kind of gave him the ability to rewrite people's attunements. So he just, like zapped his fucking dad's attunement real quick. Like, bzz, you're no longer a shaper. You're an enchanter now. You can't do shit. And his dad's fucked up over it. In book 5, he actually leaves to go do another judgment to get like a better attunement, and thus far he's still gone. These ones I'm going to loop together from the get-go. Mother of Learning, written by Domagoj Krmejic, I believe that's how it's pronounced, and read by Jack Faraces. This is books 18 to 21. Mother of Learning is a time loop fantasy novel written by Domagoj Krmejic under his online pen name of Nobody 103. I'm looping these all together because since it's a time loop, it's really easy for everything to kind of blend together. But essentially, the first book is establishing the time loop. It's kind of a Groundhog's Day situation where at first he doesn't know what's happening. He lives through the same month over and over and over again. But there are some peculiarities. In the first month that he lives through, the school slacker, Zach, he ends up being, like, really fucking good at magic all of a sudden. So Zorian is confused. He's like, why is Zach good at magic all of a sudden? He's a lazy piece of shit. It's because Zach is the main time loop individual. Spoilers. Through magic mayhem, their souls kind of get intermingled, so then Corrin ends up in the time loop. So the first book is largely Corrin just dealing with that. The second book, Corrin essentially sets out on his own. He starts building like his magic repertoire. He explores other places, all that jazz. He's just kind of just doing his own thing. Book 3, he and Zach Noveda meet up, and they become best friends. That's really the best way to describe it. They're just doing their own things together, just hanging out, being bros. Zach had been in the time loop for like 30 years or something. So, like, he has a lot of fucking magic and a lot of skill. Zorian, I think he'd only been in there for like a decade toward the end of the series. So he hadn't been in there nearly as long. But toward the end of the third book, or maybe at the end of the second one, again, I don't remember, they all kind of blend together. They kind of learn the reason behind the time loop. It is to gain power to stop one of the primordials from rising up and destroying the planet. You know, to typical fantasy stuff. But it's all very well written. This series, it's very technical. I'm going to say it's very blabby. It loves to just explain things that don't necessarily need to be explained. Like, there'll be like a lot of, oh my god, Zorian, how did you do that? Well, let me tell you, Zach. It's because I did this thing, and the plant that we just fought is a soul eater, and because we are soul-based entities, it's just started to consume us. Oh golly, Zorian, I didn't realize that. I am Zach Noveda, and I'm 100 years old right now, but I didn't know this. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Just when you're listening to it, it's a little bit dumb. I do want to say, Jack Veraces, no, I don't think he's a good audiobook narrator. He does speak very clearly, very concisely. He sounds like an arrogant asshole, no matter what. Or when he does voices, they're usually either offensive or annoying. One of the characters, his name is Vim, generally kind of like, I'm gonna sound offensive saying this, but he kind of sounds like a Mr. Miyagi character. Like an old Asian man who's just kind of a dick because by being a dick, he's being a better teacher. Maybe that's not what he was going for, but that is exactly how that comes off. Oh, and don't even get me started about Quatachichel. He's a lich. Oh, and he sounds terrible. If I have the mind to, I'll put a clip of it right here.
You're the one who has been killing my minions.
Yeah, it sounds so bad on the ear hole. Otherwise, though, you know, he's not terrible. Just Zorian's always like, well, Zach! Like, no thank you. No thank you, Zorian. I will say the ending absolutely fucking slaps. There's one line that honestly stuck with me since I even listened to it previously. I'd listened to it before. It's after everything is said and done. I'm going to try to remember the words because I don't want to pull it up. Zach Noveda had won, but it was at the cost of his best friend. Because at this point, he thought Zorian was dead. What a beautiful sentence. Like, I feel like it's such a concise sentence, but it speaks of volumes. Because, like, we don't see Zorian and Zack necessarily being like super buddy through the books, but it really speaks a lot to Zack's mindset about Zorian at this point. I'm not going to get into it much further than that, but Zorian clearly cares a lot for fucking Zack too. Like, they are best friends. I don't know if that continues because I don't think Domagoj has written anything in the same world since. But, like, there is absolutely a bromance going on, and I'm here for that. Books number 22 through 26 are Unsouled, Soulsmith, Black Flame, Skysworn, and Ghostwater. Books 1 through 5 of the Cradle series, written by Will White and read by Travis Baldree. Yeah, Travis Baldree makes another appearance. I actually don't even think I said he does the book for Beware of Chicken. These books are pretty short. They're all about like 8 to 10 hours long. I mean, Black Flame is a little over 11 hours, but they're fairly short books. They are cultivation fantasy novels, not like Beware of Chicken, where he's like, no, fuck cultivation. These are cultivation novels, at least cultivation inspired. The main character's name is Lyndon. He is unsouled, which in his little village means he does not have enough magic in him. And because of that, he's treated like an outcast. Until he fucking bullshits his way through a tournament. He's like 16. He bullshits his way through a tournament held for like 11-year-olds to fight each other. And it's the funniest fucking thing. I love it. It's not supposed to be funny, but I think it's hysterical. But at the end of the book, this is still the first book, Unsouled. He is actually killed by Lee Markuth, I believe is his name. Essentially a demon. He's killed by a demon, like a monarch of a different clan. But then he's brought back to life by Suriel. Suriel being one of the Abaddon, who are multi-dimensional angels. It's probably the best way to explain that. So he's brought back to life, and he asks her, like, hey, how can I become as strong as you? And Suriel's like, alright, you have a few options. You can be like these people, or you can go hang out with Yaren. Yaren was a disciple of the Sword Sage, and she is like a complete badass in this little village. Yeah, so after the competition, he won, so he won a place in this school. He goes up to the school, he steals a few of their items, and he goes to find Yaren. Mischief happens. He and Yaren escape into, remember what they're called? The Wilds, I'll say. They escape into the Wilds, and Lyndon just goes on this fucking power trip of, I'm gonna cultivate. So he goes from this weak-ass nobody, and he, like, up until Ghostwater, he's just silver rank? Is that... No, he's not even gold. It goes jade and then gold. I'm sorry. A lot of them just kind of get jumbled up. But so he's not even like that powerful yet, but he's trying. He is like the dedication of a god. So he's working on it. There's a character that pops up. His name is Ethan Aurelius. He is Dante from the Devil May Cry series. It's Dante. He's got like a sixth sense about things happening around him. He knows way too much. He's just like kind of way too strong. But he takes Yaren and specifically Lyndon under his wing to help them become stronger. Because in his words, I'm gonna mess it up, but like the general rule is cultivation is a lonely art. But Ethan believes it doesn't have to be. So he wants to bring other people up with him. So with all of Ethan's vast resources, because he happens to be like the leader of the Aurelius clan, which is like a really big like special family, he gives Lyndon the opportunity to gain Black Flame Essence, which is incredibly destructive. But Ethan feels like it'll be fine because Lyndon has 2 cores. He was able to separate his cores. So he'll have a pure core, and he has the Black Flame core. So he has the purity to like clean his system, and then just like the absolute destruction. The entirety of the Black Flame book is basically Lyndon just learning how to use this magic. And Garen's along for the ride, of course. One of the Aurelius family members, I can't remember his name right now, was all about like, you shouldn't have them in these trials, because these trials that they're going through are meant for like 30 people. And Nathan's like, no, they'll be fine. They're doing it. Like, it's just these two, they're doing it. Like, just fucking let them. And toward the end, like, homie's like, you know, you got me convinced. But my favorite line of, like, that book, at the end, there are these, I don't want to say, like, law enforcement officers, but there are these keepers of peace called the Skysworn. And they're like, oh, there's a Black Flame Dragon going on. Like, they're supposed to all be gone. Like, they're so dangerous, they're supposed to all be extinct. And they see Lyndon, and they go, oh, someone is creating a monster. I fucking love that. Especially because you're coming from the first book, where Lyndon is just this weak little piece of shit. He's got to bully these kids to get into this fucking special cultivator school. And then you got these magic cops going, this guy's bad. Skysworn, he's kind of working with the Skysworn in that book. It's fine. Some of these books are just kind of whatever. Ghostwater is the next book. Ghostwater, he is in this facility called Ghostwater. And it's kind of like a sub-dimensional space where he's stranded in there with some enemies. But he's got Orthos, the Black Flame Turtle, and Little Blue, the Sylvan River Seed. That's right. Like, they're there with him. And there's also this guy named Zeal. He's just kind of like, whatever. But then there's also this bad bitch that's like, I don't like you, Lyndon. You killed my sister. No, that's a different bitch. That bitch is because he killed this bitch. But she's like, I'm gonna kill this guy. Lyndon's like, no, you ain't. We're gonna hide in different parts of the facility. But so Lyndon gets super powerful in this facility. There's a bunch of shit there that he essentially power levels off of. Like, there's these like revenant fish that he eats. That he eats to suffuse his body with power. There's Ghostwater, which is named after like the facility. It's like a special like mana solution that just like makes you powerful like then and there. There's also this like well water that just like gives you just more magic to work with and all that. One that gives you like mental clarity. Oh, he also gains a familiar. I'm just gonna call him a familiar. His name is Dross. He is essentially a magic robot created by Northstrider, who is the guy that created the facility. Dross gives Lyndon like advanced mental capabilities, like he's able to slow down time, look at like predictions of the future and all that. It's neat. Books 27 through 31 are the Percy Jackson and the Olympians series. Books 1 through 5. The Lightning Thief, The Sea of Monsters, The Titan's Curse, The Battle of the Labyrinth, The Last Olympian. Chalice of the Gods is not on this list. It probably should be, but it's not. That's my bad. I've been a big Percy Jackson fan since I was a kid. I have all the books, actually right here. I've got them right here. They are very, very clearly well loved. Like I read these a lot as a kid. I know them pretty well. I last read them, I want to say it was like, I don't even know. I want to say 2018, maybe 2017. And I was still entertained by them. I feel like, I mentioned it earlier, I feel like with the Percy Jackson books, Rick Riordan knew what he was doing. He did a very good job with them. I'm not really going to get into the series, more so because, like, they're kind of old enough. I feel like everyone kind of knows, but it's Greek mythology retellings under the guise of a young adult coming-of-age novel. Not even young adult, middle-grade coming-of-age novel. You got homeboy Percy, he's the son of Poseidon, he ain't supposed to be alive, and there's this big prophecy surrounding him. Essentially, like the first book, Zeus's lightning bolt is gone. Okay. Second book, Oh, Percy's best friend Grover is gone. Okay. Third book, oh no, Percy's love interest, also best friend, Annabeth is gone. Okay. Fourth book, oh, a monster invasion is gonna happen. We better figure out a way through this labyrinth to stop it. Okay. Book 5 is when shit really fucking goes down. There's a big battle of Olympus, lots of monsters. The evil god, or the Titan Cronus, is resurrected in the body of Luke. The ending always stuck with me because I always thought it was like kind of dumb. Like, you give the knife to Luke and he stabs himself, so he's a hero. This motherfucker was a dick the entire series. He doesn't he doesn't deserve any sort of redemption arc. Fuck this guy. Luke Castellan is a bitch. Like, I don't care if he got a cool sword. I don't care if he went and dipped himself in the fucking river Styx and got the curse of Achilles. He's a bitch. Fuck him. That's all I have to say about Percy Jackson. Fuck Luke Castellan. Books 32 through 38 is the rest of the Cradle series by Will White and read by Travis Baldry. I ain't even gonna try looking at the list, breaking them down book by book. That ain't gonna happen. So with these books, it's just all about Lyndon becoming stronger, but there's also bigger threats happening. There are the dread gods that pop up. There are these really, really big, impossible to kill monsters, and they just start fucking everything up. We also learn more about like the power scaling a little bit. There are monarchs, there are sages. Lyndon becomes the void sage, just emptiness, which is also really cool because like the void symbol is the same symbol that they use on the unsold medallion. So it's like, full circle. He's got the unsold medallion again. That's neat. Come across mainstay characters like Mercy. She's cool. Her family is kind of hit or miss. Her mom's a bitch, but like her uncles are cool. Her aunts are cool. But like some of them are actually her siblings because monarchs kind of live forever. So it's like, her uncle Fury is technically her brother, whatever. But like some of them are cool, some of them ain't. Mercy's cool though. At one point, one of my favorite lines in the series. Throughout the books, Lyndon has a very particular way of speaking to people that he feels are above him. Not even necessarily above him, just he likes to just be so respectful. And at one point, Mercy is essentially like, oh my god, you're admitting you can't do something? I thought I'd be able to go, Lyndon, punch a hole in the sky, and you'd go, oh, apologies, I'll get to that as soon as I can. Just because that's how he is. No, there's no limits for him. Because he's just too stubborn. He's too driven. Toward the end of the series, he becomes the most powerful being on Cradle. Cradle's the planet. He becomes the most powerful being. Even more powerful than all the Dread Gods. He actually eats some of the Dread Gods. He becomes a scary motherfucker. It's awesome, because at the end of Waybound, he is presiding over his village because he can't go be with his friends yet. They've ascended. He can't ascend yet. So he's hanging out in his village, just doing his thing. And the motherfucker that kills him at the end of the first book comes back and it's like, yes, the Abaddon aren't around. I'm gonna finally rule this village. And Lyndon goes, oh, I remember you. You should leave. And this guy's like, I ain't leaving. And Lyndon's like, okay, try to warn you. And fucking sky turns black because he releases all of his his dread god energy, and this guy's like, oh no. It's just really fucking cool. That's such a full circle moment. The way that Lyndon was killed in the first book, he was just slapped. It wasn't even a passing thought from the demon guy. But with this, it's just such a good full circle moment, because oh, look, the tables have turned. Lyndon can just mush you into paste. Then at the end, Lyndon does ascend. He's reunited with his friends. And at the very, very end, at the epilogue of the series, it's shown Lyndon and Yaren, who have formed a relationship, have a kid. And the kid ends up also being unsold. But Lyndon's like, it's fine. I know what we're going to do. So kind of neat. I'm not a really big fan of like, oh, they had kids at the end. Because it's such a cop-out. But I feel like that's a fitting ending for the way that the series began. The last book... Oh, never mind. I thought The Threshold, which is the last Cradle book, was on this list. Or it is. It's just a little bit later. But no, like that's the way it ends, and it's fucking awesome. Cradle is a really good series. The books are fairly short. I was mentioning earlier, they're about 10 hours. Some of the later books are more in the 13, 14 hour range. I think the last book is 16 hours. But they're really quick to get through. I highly recommend reading them. I actually read the first 3, and then I decided to just listen to all of them because I couldn't wait. But really good books. Editing James here again. I just wanted to say there are a few things that I left out regarding the Cradle series that upon reflection I should have mentioned, like Orthos the Dragon. The main trademark of the dragons, like their catchphrase is, the dragon advances. The dragons always advance. And then Lyndon, I believe it's the Underlord revelation, because you have to come to a revelation about why you are cultivating. And Lyndon's motivation, or his reason for cultivating, he just hits with the I advance line. It's like, oh, that's fucking cool, because that's looped into what the fucking dragons are up to. I really liked that. And then there's also I'm not going to actually spoil it because I feel like it's way better if you don't know. But the reveal of a certain character being a certain other character, oh, that was just so good. Ugh. Will White 100% does a really good fucking job with the Cradle books. Don't know why I put the list down. Books 39 and 40 are the first 2 books of the Heroes of Olympus series, written by Rick Riordan and read by Joshua Swanson. Not Jesse Bernstein, like who does all the Percy Jackson books. Okay, I'm going to be 100% for real. I like the first book. I like the second book. But I feel like the second book is less good than the first book. I feel like with the first book, Jason is a very well done character. I think Piper and Leo are also very well done characters. I think we are sold short a little bit by not knowing Jason before the events of the book. Essentially, there's another camp, just like Camp Half-Blood in California, called Camp Jupiter. I'm not really spoiling anything. Jason is essentially that camp's Percy. And obviously we know about all Percy's exploits, but we know nothing about Jason. They do talk about what Jason has done a little bit toward the end when he remembers more. Like he tore down the throne of Cryos in California and like it fought that Titan and all that. Which is neat, but we don't know anything else, really. I think it would have been a lot more beneficial, maybe not before the Heroes of Olympus series, but maybe after, in like a collection. They did, I've got copies of them, but I can't find them, but they did side stories and all that from Percy and all them, and even like the Kane Chronicles. Just smaller adventures, less world-ending type situations. They should have done something like that for Jason, just so we had more backstory to latch onto, especially for a reread. There just wasn't really any of that. That being said, I think what they do what Riordan does in the first book is really good. I think he does a really good job of establishing Jason and who he is, like his mindset and all that. Leo's very well done, and I think Piper is very well done. On the flip side, we have the emotional investment already for Percy in The Son of Neptune, book number 2. And then we have Hazel and Frank. I don't feel like they're very strong characters. Hazel has a tragic backstory where she died as a black kid in the 40s. So there's a lot of like racial prejudice and all that, which I get. And Frank had a less tragic upbringing. His mom died fairly recently in terms of the series, which is sad, sure. But that's kind of it. I'm not expecting like a bunch of tragedy. But the main special thing about Frank is that he is a descendant of one of the Argonauts that sailed with the original Jason. Which I guess is cool, and it made it to where like his family has like this power where they can transform into animals. But that doesn't really have anything to do with Frank. That's not a character trait. That's just something he can do. I don't find either of them all that compelling. It is interesting. I'm spoiling a tiny bit for Mark of Athena. It is kind of interesting that Hazel knew Leo's grandfather or great-grandfather. I don't remember. That was interesting. Like she liked him, so like a little conflict there. But that's really it. I think one of the main reasons that the original Percy Jackson series works out well is that we do spend so much more time with the characters before anything even happens. They spend this long in the book at Camp Half-Blood. I mean, obviously there's a little bit before they get to Camp Half-Blood, but there's a lot of time to get to know everyone. And then the rest of this is their quest. And yes, the other books don't really follow that same... they don't really follow that same formula because we're already established to the characters, but then we have so much more time to get to know everyone. We don't get that with the Heroes of Olympus books. In the first book, they're at camp for 1 day? I think maybe 2. They're at camp for maybe 2 days. We're there long enough to talk to some of the mainstays. Chiron, Annabeth, Rachel Elizabeth Dare. That's really it. To learn about the dragon Festus, Jeru, the bitch in the Aphrodite cabin. In the Son of Neptune, I'm pretty sure Percy's at camp for 1 entire day. Just enough to do war games, to talk about the racist ghosts, and to discover that people aren't staying dead. And at the end of the book, they kind of solve that because they released the God of Death, Thanatos. Frank's magic. He's too powerful, okay? So he needed a crutch. And it's or he needed a nerf, basically. Not a crutch. He needs a nerf. His nerf is he has a stick. It is a piece of firewood. And if the firewood burns out, he dies. Okay? Oh, he's got to use his firewood to melt the shackles holding Thanatos into place. Okay, it could be interesting. But then it's fine. Like, they let him out, and then Frank's just like, I'm good now. Okay. Oh, and he gives the stick to Hazel. Oh, because he loves Hazel. They should have spent more time with everyone, I feel. The books are substantially thicker than the Percy Jackson books, but there's less time given to the actual character development. The next book is Virtuous Sons, written by ya boy Stryker. Read by Justin Thomas James, Emma Kate Sterling, Jeff Hayes. Oh, Jeff Hayes, I didn't know he was in that. And Zachary Johnson. Jeff Hayes will be relevant later. Virtuous Sons is a Greek-inspired cultivation fantasy novel. And it's very well done. All of the, I'll say, cultivation mechanics are Greek-inspired. There's a lot of wrestling. There's a lot of philosophizing, because, Greece was well known for their philosophers. If I remember correctly, the different realms of cultivation that you reach are based on different levels of philosophy. I don't remember all the exact terms. It was like, okay, that's kind of neat. The main story, you have I don't remember their names. I really should have looked. But you have a Greek guy who is kind of like sick of his role in life. He's kind of like the popular guy. I believe he's royalty, or if not royalty, he's a figure of prominence. And then you have the other guy who's a Roman, at least Roman-inspired character, who was trained by Archimedes, if I remember right. He is, and he is a slave to the Greek guy, and they kind of form a grudging friendship. The Greek guy really wants to be his friend because he thinks he's interesting. The Roman guy obviously is like, nah, your people fucking destroyed my people. I don't want anything to do with you guys. In this world, Rome is destroyed. Greece is still around. Rome is destroyed. It's interesting because they don't remember any of the Greek gods, but they do remember some of the Titans. I remember that being kind of interesting. So what's going on with that? And then at the end of the book, they come across it's not Archimedes. Is it Aristotle? I think it's Aristotle. They come across Aristotle, and he essentially kidnaps the Roman dude. And the Greek guy wants to go after him, but then the Roman guy's gone, and they leave notes for each other. I really wanted to get to the rest of the series. I have the ebook for the second one. I really just need to get to it because I really liked it. I'm gonna re-listen to it when I can. But it's a good book. A good book. Took forever to download. Books 42, 43, and 44 in this order are The Mark of Athena, The House of Hades, and The Blood of Olympus, books 3, 4, and 5 of the Heroes of Olympus series, written by Rick Riordan. Once you hit Mark of Athena, I feel like the series goes downhill. There are too many characters involved, the story becomes less compelling, and honestly, I feel like the myths, even that they're dealing with, aren't as cool. So the main point of Mark of Athena is they're going to Greece, or they're going to Rome, rather. Because Rome is on the way to Greece. They go there. They're sailing because it's safe to be in the water. It's not safe to be in the air because Percy can't be on the air, and they all can't be on the ground because Gaia is rising. They meet Hercules, who's just kind of like a douche. I mean, we knew that because Hercules was shown in the Titan's Curse. Whatever. Annabeth's got something sus going on because of her mom, Athena. It was okay, well, we gotta figure out what's going on with her. That's really it. At the end of the book, Annabeth and Percy fall into Tartarus. Okay, book 4. I'll be honest, I don't even remember one of the stories all that well. It's essentially 2 books. Book 1 is Percy and Annabeth in Tartarus, essentially hell. The other part is the supporting, I'll call them the supporting cast, trying to get to the doors of death so that they can free Percy and Annabeth when they get there. The book surrounding Percy and Annabeth is really, really good. I think it is the best part of the series. There's a lot of good personal moments between the two. They very clearly love each other, even though they're only supposed to be 17. They don't really know what love is yet. And I say as an old man. They come across the Titan Iapetus, who was a side character in one of the novellas. He doesn't remember who he is quite yet, so he's calling himself Bob. And at the end, Bob ends up sacrificing himself, and so does one of the giants, one of the children of Gaia, to get Percy and Annabeth to the doors of death. There's a really cool scene. I remember it being better in my head, but I still like it, of these curse demons popping up, and every time you kill them, they imbue a curse on you, and Percy, being the main character, he has a lot of curses from dying enemies put his way, and one of them wasn't from a dying enemy. It was from Calypso, the Titan's daughter that he spent time with and fell in love with in Battle of the Labyrinth, because Percy forgot his promise. Percy had promised to save Calypso, to come back for her, and he never did. He knew he wasn't going to, but he made that promise anyway. But after he kills that demon, he and Annabeth are separated for a little bit. It's not great. It's the curse of loneliness. It's not. What's the best way to even explain it? It's not the most debilitating of curses. Like, there was one, I think it turned his blood into poison. That obviously is a much more tangible danger. But it says a lot about Calypso and her loneliness on Ogygia, and the resentment that she kind of feels toward Percy. I think it's cool. I will say I'm pretty sure House of Hades is the book that has Leo go to Ogygia, which I will say is better than I ever gave it credit for. Because at first they hate each other. Calypso hates Leo. Part of it is because she's still mad about Percy. She still feels like Percy abandoned her. So she's like, first you send me Percy, this fucking cool guy, then you send me this skinny fucking dweeb. This dweeb over here, Leo Valdez. Then they kind of learn how to coexist with each other. And then they end up kind of falling in love. The curse of Ogygia is you can only leave when Calypso falls in love with you. Toward the end of his stay there, she ends up falling in love with him. He's able to leave, and he's like, I will come back for you. And she's like, boy, I've heard this before. Fucking, It's relevant because it's the only good fucking part of Blood of Olympus. It's the only part I even fucking remember. The biggest part of Blood of Olympus is Nico and Reyna trying to get the Athene Parthenos to Camp Jupiter to stop them from fighting, to stop the two camps from fighting. No, Camp Half-Blood. That is a fairly compelling storyline. There's not much going on in that story. That's really it. It just kind of happens. Then at the end, there's a big fight between the giants and the gods and demigods, because the demigods have to be there because magic reasons. Oh, but I think Percy got cut, so his blood ends up on the stones of Olympus, and that allows Gaia to rise. Oh, but Gaia's not in Greece. She's in New York, ready to destroy Camp Half-Blood. So Zeus goes, I don't know how to get you there. So he fucking pimp slaps the ship. And they fly so fucking fast to get to Camp Half-Blood. And then they go up and up and up. Leo with the dragon takes the avatar of Gaia up into the sky so she can't heal. And then Jason and Piper are there, but they don't really do anything. I guess Piper kind of sings her to sleep. But then they fly off of the dragon, and then Festus explodes into a big ball of fire. So day is saved. Through magic shenanigans, Leo made a weird compass, and it brought him back to Ogygia. So then the book ends with him taking Calypso away, which is really cool. I think that's cool. If I remember right, she pops up in one of the Trials of Apollo books. I think I only read the first one, though. Ignore that I have 3 of them, because I'm pretty sure I only read the first. Book number 45, Beware of Chicken. The first Beware of Chicken book. Jinjo, or Jojin, I really don't remember because they say both. Because one's his real name, and the other is oh, I don't want them to find me, so I'm just going to swap the names around. But it's also Chinese-inspired, so the names are swapped for Western audiences anyways. It's annoying. I always just call him Jinjo. He gets his ass beat in his magic cultivation school. He technically dies. Reincarnation happens, so he is now a guy from Earth, because this is... I guess this is technically an isekai as well. So he leaves, he takes the money that he was going to give the school because the school gave it back to him, and he uses it to go buy a farm. He buys this farm, it ends up being very, prolific, lots of things grow. He's got a chicken, his name is Bidi. and he just kind of grows shit. At one point, he leaves for a little while. I don't remember why he left. But the chicken, Biddy, ends up running the farm. And Biddy is kind of taken over by these evil rats. But so he's kind of taken over by, like, the rats. He, like, kind of, like, starts being greedy. But then he's like, oh, no. Rizu, one of the other rats, is like, oh, hey, I'm going to cleanse you a little bit so that we can go fight the rat. The rat leader. And the rat leader is, like, grotesquely, like, almost human. Like, it's kind of gross. And the rat ends up injuring Chunky, one of the other pets. I'm just kind of rambling through it real quick. So then Jinjo gets back and he's like, oh no, what happened? And Biddy, who had been, like, so confident up to that point, feels so contrite. He's like, oh, I fucked up. I put the entire Faram in jeopardy. That's essentially the first book. It's really good. Obviously, there's a lot more to it that I'm not explaining. One thing that I think is very humorous is, so the main guy, Jinjo, he's Canadian. At least that's the implication. He talks about maple syrup and hockey and shit like that. I'm pretty sure he's from Quebec. I don't know where Casual Farmers lives. I'm going to assume it's relatively close to where Jinjo is from. Oh, I guess I didn't say. Written by Casual Farmer, read by Travis Baldry. But so he's saying proper nouns in English, but because that's not how the linguistics work for Xianxia land, they don't no one knows how to pronounce anything. So like the animals, when they start developing sapience, instead of calling it the farm, it's the Faram. Beautiful Faram. Big D is the chicken's name, but they hear it as Biddy. Chunky, Chunky. There's another pig. Peepa, Peppa. It's funny. It's dumb, but it's kind of funny. I really like it. It makes me laugh. The main point of the Beware of Chicken books, I will say, is enjoying life. You know, going back to the small things, and there's a lot of that in especially the first book, because it is more so based around him growing the farm, him developing his relationships with all of his animals. There's a girl at a nearby town, I don't even know if it's a town, but there's a girl in a nearby town who, like, they kind of fall in love. I want to say it's in the second book. A cultivator comes by, she's, like, severely injured, and she stays with them for a little while. And she's like, no, you're right. This cultivator shit fucking sucks. Like, this is the life. And, ironically, casting off the shackles of cultivation was the absolute best thing he could have done, because I mentioned earlier, he becomes incredibly powerful. Book number 46 is When Wizards Follow Fools by Andrew Rowe, narrated by Nick Podell, because this is the audiobook. I got away with being able to put the same book twice because it's a different format. I'm not going to go into it. It's the same book, just I was able to listen to it at work instead of having to sit and read it. Book 47 was Threshold, which is a Cradle book, so related to Unsouled and all of them. It's kind of like an anthology, or I wouldn't even say an anthology. It's a series of mini stories taking place relevant to and shortly after the end of the series. Like, there's one is surrounding this character who's part of, like, this the cult of the Blood Phoenix, and she kind of gets away from all of the nonsense, but then someone comes to, like, attack her, and she, like, calls for help. She calls Lyndon for help, and Lyndon just opens a portal, and is like, yo, what you need? I'm eating dinner. And she's like, I need your help. This guy is being an asshole. And the guy's like, I'm not being an asshole. I'll give you money. And Lyndon's like, fuck no. And he's like, I don't know if he flicks him, but it just fucking just kills him. Overall, Threshold is whatever. It's whatever. Like, there's a couple of stories with North Strider, with him having ascended. where he's like, he essentially becomes the boss because he's like, these Abaddon motherfuckers don't know what the fuck they doing. Like that's really it. There's a little bit with Lyndon in his role as one of the new Reapers, and like it's fine. I liked it, but it wasn't really anything to write home about. Book number 48 is Beware of Chicken 2. I don't remember exactly what happens in this book. Kind of like with all the others, they kind of blend together. Pretty sure in this book, Biddy leaves the farm to go on a mission of self-enlightenment, and he starts to kind of stumble upon weird inconsistencies with like the magic, like spiritual wise, like, oh, for some reason this dance is the same in all these other villages, but they're like generating different types of magic for some reason, but it's completely irrelevant to like the climate, or not the climate, the magic of the region. It's kind of weird. The cultivator that lived with them for a while, Sideshow Lawn, I'm pretty sure she's still living there. A lot of like the personal stuff, I'll say, is around Jinjo and his new family. There's a couple of guys who are friends with Mei Ling, who becomes his wife, and them all just living together, loving each other. They're all friends. They're all best fucking friends. Book number 49 is How to Defeat a Demon King in 10 Easy Steps, written by Andrew Rowe. Narrated by Susie Jackson and Steve West, not Nick Podell, like he usually does. This book was fine. This is my least favorite Andrew Rowe book. It has a lot of funny moments. It's definitely more of a lit RPG. There's classes, and like the main character has like an inventory mechanic. The premise basically is that the Demon King is risen. Someone needs to stop them, so the main character takes it upon themselves to figure out how to be the hero, because no one's been born with the hero class yet, and they're supposed to have been. And she's got a plan for it. The plan is she's going to, I don't remember the specific name of the class, but she's going to take this class that has an inventory system and to level it up to the point to where that she can take the magic sword, I'll call it the master sword, she can take the master sword out of the stone without having the hero class, because typically only the hero can do it. It doesn't work. But she goes on this like adventure with this guy. They get a hook shot, I believe. It's very Zelda inspired. And they grind on slimes for a while, so there's like actual RPG mechanics in there too, because there's not like an actual level system in Zelda, except for Zelda 2. So like they grind on slimes for a while. They get a fairy who's kind of like sad and depressed because they were the fairy of one of the previous heroes, and the previous hero died. So, and then they go to, is it the water I feel like it's the water temple. They go to the water temple. If I'm wrong, I apologize. It doesn't matter. They go to the water temple, and the shadow of the hero is there. So, like it's not the water temple in Ocarina of Time. Whatever. The shadow of the hero pops up, and the fairy's like, oh, like what the fuck you doing? You trying to kill my friends? Like, these are my new friends. What are you doing? The hero's mute. He speaks through sign language, which is kind of funny, because Link in Zelda games doesn't speak. But it was funny. So one thing they establish is people usually don't pass level 60. Usually. And when the shade of the hero pops up, and it they gotta fight him to get fucking through. Level 256, and they're like, we can't do this shit. I don't remember exactly how they get from point A to point B. The hero ends up in her inventory, and then with that, she's able to get the sword, the master sword. The Demon King is in her party. His name is Dirk Lord. Yeah, at the end, she's like, oh, I kind of agree with you. We should abolish the system. Okay. So that's kind of how the book ends. They team up. Like, yeah, the Demon King is defeated, but they kind of team up. Book number 50 was the one I was very excited for this year. A Brief History of Chronomancy, Book 6 of Arcane Ascension, written by Andrew Rowe. I was so hyped for this book. Because, like, I thought Book 5 was pretty good, but, like, I saw, like, the title, and I'm like, ooh, this is going to be interesting. Chronomancy. We haven't dealt with Chronomancy yet in the series. And the book did not disappoint. I got to think about how much I actually want to spoil, because I don't want to spoil much. But Corrin ends up in essentially a time dilation effect where he's able to perfect his magic over an incredibly long period of time for him, but time on the outside world hadn't changed that much. So he's here doing this. He's getting stronger. He figures out how to make his own attunements based on instruction from Annabelle Farron, who's kind of a simulacrum of one of the demigods. It's a little complicated. A simulacrum of a simulacrum. Farron Prime is in the deepest part of the facility because the facility is the time shrine. So Corrin and his sister Sarah go into the depths of the time shrine and try to get Farron Prime out. You know, I was absolutely hyped for this book. It had everything I wanted in it. It had the highly technical magic nonsense. Like, it had a lot of time dedicated to explaining how he's making these sigils, these like shield sigils en masse. It's like, it's dumb, but I love that type of shit, you know? And there's a lot of really good character moment stuff. This is the first Arcane Ascension book that had non-Corrin point of view stuff. Like, we had some stuff from Patrick and Mara's perspective. We have stuff from another character. His name is Jin Delen. From his perspective, the stuff with like Patrick and Mara was interesting. They were also dealing with a couple of other characters. Liam from Edge of the Woods pops up, and there's some shit going on with him. Like, oh, he's kind of like a different universe or like different dimension version of Karis. So that's very weird. Hopefully they explain that a little bit more in Edge of the Dream. It answers a lot of questions, but I still have a lot more. There's one particular scene that I really, really love. It's a book about time. So of course, or it's a fantasy book about time. So of course there's going to be an instance where the main character is talking to his future self. Future Corrin explains that his sister died, that Sarah died. That future Corrin's Sarah died. And that with this special plan that would likely end with Corrin's death. I didn't specify that part. There's a good chance that she'll live. And without fucking hesitation, Corrin's like, alright, bet, tell me the plan. We're gonna do it. It's so fucking good. There's a lot of subtext with a lot of things like that. Like, it didn't need to be explained. You know, I feel like a lot of books get too heavy-handed with, oh, we gotta explain, oh, this is how they were feeling. But, like, with shit like that, like, no, tell me the plan, we're gonna do it. Like, without hesitation, they didn't need to go, oh, it's because Corrin really loves his fucking sister, he would die for her. Like, no, they didn't have to explain that, like, because he does. Really, really well done part. This is my favorite Arcane Ascension book out of the 6 thus far. I read it in like 3 days, maybe 4 days. But like, I stayed up late to read it, and like, I haven't done that since I was a fucking kid. Like, I was so excited. Since we don't get sponsorships on this channel, I figured I'd throw my hat in the ring. This video is sponsored by me and my novel, The Mercy of Dradinoor. It's up right now on RoyalRoad. I have a link for it down in the description. Please check it out. If you can read it and follow it and like it and rate it and do whatever needs to be done on RoyalRoad, it would be much appreciated. Please read it. I worked very hard on it. My shirt's different because it's been a while since I last recorded. I also have a blue Sharpie now. I don't know where the marker I was using went, so I have a blue Sharpie. I also have more paper. Book number 51 is Mistborn: The Final Empire, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer. I'm going to be honest, I am not the biggest fan of Mistborn Era 1. I would say I am a pretty big Brandon Sanderson fan. I've got most of his shit right here. I've even got like the Kickstarters from the Year of Sanderson. I've got Dragonsteel Prime. I'm a pretty big fan of his stuff. That being said, Mistborn 1 through 3, I'm a little iffy on. I really like Mistborn 1. Oh, really like is stretching it. I like Mistborn 1. 2 and 3, I can do without, honestly. But so, you're not going to see Well of Ascension or Hero of Ages on this list. But I did want to listen to the first one, and the first one's pretty good. You got this, I was going to say Slave Girl. You got the Ska Girl, Vin, and she works with a bunch of thieves to rob God. Like, honestly, what's not to like about that plot? It's a pretty good plot. I like Kelsier. The surrounding cast, I can really do whatever with. Like, they're fine. One big thing, Michael Kramer does a very good job as a narrator. He has narrated a lot of the books on this list. He does a good job. One of my favorite things, I believe I mentioned in the last take, he does a lot of character voices, and I like that. That makes me real happy. But no, being honest, Mistborn 1 through 3, it's good to read as required reading for the rest of Brandon Sanderson's works because they are all largely interconnected. Otherwise, I don't really read them for fun, or listen in this case. I read them last year. Oh God, was that last year? Yes. I read them last year to prepare for Wind and Truth, because that book is very interconnected. Wasn't really necessary, but I figured I would hit all of the main Brandon Sanderson titles. But, like, I'm good. I probably won't go through those again until the first book of Era 3 comes out. So, book number 52, we have The Red Pyramid, written by Rick Riordan, book 1 of the Kane Chronicles, narrated by Kevin R. Free and Catherine Kellgren. Never heard of either of them. As you saw earlier, I went through the Percy Jackson books and I went through the Heroes of Olympus books. Part of it is to see if the old Rick Riordan books that I liked still hold up. And I will say, for the most part, the Kane Chronicles do. They have a lot of the same, or specifically the Red Pyramid, okay? The Red Pyramid has a lot of the same flaws that the Heroes of Olympus series does. We don't really get a lot of time with Carter Kane and with Sadie Kane until they're thrown into the mayhem, I will call it. Until they're thrown into the plot. And that really doesn't add a whole lot to the stakes. Part of it was like, we got our estranged uncle. Okay, whatever. Oh, Dad was kidnapped by Satan. Okay, I'm okay with that. That's a decent plot. Oh, turns out Uncle is possessed by Satan. Who would have seen that coming? It's a fine plot. That's not even a horribly harsh critique, but it's a critique of a middle grade novel. It's alright. I still strongly believe that Rick Riordan cares almost exclusively about Percy Jackson. And that's fine. That really showed with book number 7, with Percy Jackson 7 that came out. That shows with book number 6. Those were pretty good, honestly. And a lot of, Rick Riordan's other titles, like, they're fine. I'd say they're like 7s. They're not bad. They're not great. A lot of the humor doesn't really land. And I'm going to be honest. The Carter's puppy dog eyes on Zoe. What was her name, Zoe? Zia. Carter's puppy dog eyes with Zia. It's like, y'all are like 13. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. Like, you should know better. It's chaos up until that point. Next on the list is The Alloy of Law, written by Brandon Sanderson, book number 4 of the Mistborn series. Also narrated by Michael Kramer. So I want to establish here, I want to explain Mistborn as a series. It's all written by Brandon Sanderson, as far as I'm aware. It's split into multiple eras. The first 3 books are Era 1. It's It's an established, essentially it's an established trilogy, and then the next 4 books are another established quadrilogy. Editing James, what is the term? Anyways, so it's an established series. Sub-series, I guess you could say. Specifically in Era 2, the world is completely different. It's the same planet, but a lot of shit happens at the end of Book 3 of the original era. So a lot of things are different, but it's still the same planet, similar magic system. That being said, Book 1, The Alloy of Law, or Book 4, I guess, The Alloy of Law, is one of my favorites by Brandon Sanderson. It was kind of a throwaway novel that he did. I believe he said it was to kind of reintroduce him to that planet, Scadrial. They kind of like get his gears going. But I don't even know what it is necessarily about The Alloy of Law. I really like Waxilium as a character. I like Wayne. Mercy is also a really good character. I also kind of like the little, like, I don't even want to say romantic subplot of the arranged marriage between Wax and Steris. There's just a lot of really good about it. The magic is very fun. One of the main components of the magic system in the Mistborn books is being able to push pieces of metal with your mind that comes out from like your center of gravity. And if you're heavier than that piece of metal, the metal will be moved until it hits a heavy object. If the metal is heavier than you are pushed. Waxilium is a lawman who loves guns. He loves firearms. So he's shooting little pieces of metal that he can then bounce off or push off of and then fly. It's very fun. It's very fun. It's a pretty low stakes book too. The world isn't ending anytime soon in this. There is a little bit of mystery involved at the end with Wax's uncle. You know, the normal book fare. But I personally really like The Alloy of Law. I actually gave this book to my grandfather. I don't know if he actually read it. I gave it to him as, I believe, a Christmas present? Because I had an extra copy of it, I gave it to him. Because he's a big fan of Westerns. The Alloy of Law is not necessarily a Western, but it is a Western themed. It's kind of turn of like 19th century esque aesthetics and all that. So kind of like the end of the cowboy age. Waxilium is dealing with like the end of him being a constable, or not even a constable, a lawman in the what do they call it? I don't even remember. I don't know who I'm asking. So fun that the next book on the list is Shadows of Self, also written by Brandon Sanderson, book 5 of the Mistborn series, also narrated by Michael Kramer. It's the next book in the series. It's fun. It's a little bit different. It's actually more of a murder mystery whodunit type book. And I'm going to be honest, this book always hits me right in the emotions. I'm actually not going to elaborate because I feel like the ending would be ruined if I did. No, I feel like the ending would be a little bit ruined if I did. But it's spending more time with these characters, you know, and that's always one of the best things you can say about a book. Like, oh, you're spending more time with these characters. That's awesome. I was on a Brandon Sanderson kick of the time, clearly, because the next book is The Bands of Mourning by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer, book 6 of the Mistborn series. I don't know why I'm reading it out like that. This one's a little bit different. We are actually going to a different town. The first 2 books take place in essentially the same town. The next book, though, it's a different town. It's not that different, like it's whatever. But it's more about finding essentially like a hidden temple, very like Indiana Jones. But there aren't Nazis to shoot. There is Wax's uncle, who is a bad guy. Where have I heard that one before? There's Wax's uncle to deal with, and finding a hidden relic thought to be left from the emperor that they killed at the beginning, or at the end of the Final Empire. Really fun. I like the idea. It kind of starts getting into Brandon Sanderson's, hey, these are all very connected. There's a lot of extra stuff going on here. And I'm all for that. Like, I love that type of stuff. I didn't know that I really loved that type of stuff, but I love that type of stuff. And capping it off, the next book, book number 56, is The Lost Metal, written by Brandon Sanderson, book 7 of the Mistborn series. also narrated by Michael Kramer. This book takes place, I think, like 11 years, something, or 9 years or something after the events of the band's mourning. Wax is a happily married man. His constable, Wayne, and Mercy are now teammates. Wax is actually like a senator, so he doesn't do like the shooty pow pow nearly as much anymore. That's what they call it in the hood, shooty pow pow. But the main plot of the book is that there's a magic nuke that they need to try to stop, so they do that. It's fun. This leans heavily into the expanded Cosmere, and you know what? Like I said, I'm here for that. It does a very good job. There are like 8 epilogues in this book because it's like a certain amount of time after the climax. It's fun. It's not fun, actually, at the end, but it's fun. It's a fun time. That is the end of they call it the Wax and Wayne series, Era 2 of Mistborn. So the next book that's going to be coming out from that series is going to be even further into the future. I believe the aesthetic is supposed to be more like in the 80s, technologically speaking, but with magic, with the Scadrian magic. Looking forward to that. That should be in a couple of years. The next book on the list is different. It is Beware of Chicken number 3, written by Casual Farmer, narrated by Travis Baldry. I believe I said with the first 2 books, they all kind of blend together, so I can't really say exactly what happened in this book. I could have gone to the effort of looking up like a summary of it, but I really don't want to. But the best thing I could say about Beware of Chicken is you're still just spending more time with all the established characters. Ooh, actually no. Book 3, I believe, has the fighting tournament, which is, yeah, it's whatever. It has a really fucking awesome part at the end. So at the end of the fighting tournament, there is a guy who's coming back from the first book who was just kind of like there, and he's kind of a rapey douche, and Jin puts him in his place, which is awesome. Then he comes back because he's actually in a similar position to Jin, where he's kind of like a reborn human, a reborn individual, but he's evil. And he takes Tigger, Jinjo's cat, who has become a human, essentially his daughter at this point. Every other, like, person at this tournament, like, teams up against, like, the evil sect to protect her. It's so fucking good. I love it. Then we actually get like a taste of Jinjo's true strength, where he just demolishes this motherfucker. It's awesome. It's honestly, the series could have ended right here and it would have been perfectly fine, because we see a good, peaceful man break because his family was taken from him. It would have been a very, like, bittersweet ending. Because, like, bitter because, yes, he had to get to that point, but sweet because, hey, it's awesome. Like, she's fine, you know? Honestly, book 3, really good. I know I said they all kind of blend together, and they do, but that's not in a bad way at all. Book number 58 is The Way of Kings, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding, who are actually married. I believe I said that, actually. This is the first book of the Stormlight Archive. I know I did Wind and Truth at the very beginning of the year, but that was just because I was already finishing it at that point. But I figured, hey, I want to go through The Way of Kings. I love The Way of Kings. I'm going to be honest, it is my favorite book of Brandon Sanderson's, full stop, probably. That being said, there are a lot of things I don't like about it. Don't like Shallan. That is not a divisive opinion. That is not a hot take, as the kids call it. So as far as I understand, a lot of people actually don't like Shallan. Part of it is she's just very annoying, and she just blah, 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 blah. She's fucking mouth running on, oh, she's so clever, but she's not. She's just kind of a bitch. She does get a little bit better as the series goes on, but honestly, I don't like Shallan. I skip through her chapters sometimes. Unless they're, like, fully plot relevant, I skip through them. Like I said, that's not like a hot take. That's pretty common. Especially, this book is massive. That being said, looking at good parts, Kaladin, he's essentially the main character of this book. Kaladin's great. He's a sad boy. I swear to God, if y'all knock this shit over, I'm taking every single one of you back to the shelter. This ain't happening. He's a sad boy, and he's trying to help a bunch of slaves, like, not die. Or at least die slower. It's very bleak, but it's very well written. Roshar is a very interesting world. You see a lot more of that from Kaladin's perspective than you do Shallan's. Like, they've got these big, the big hurricanes that go through, provide everything with magic and shit. It's interesting. It's fun. I mean, I bought like all 4 Stormlight books back to back because I really liked them. All 4 at the time. Because I really liked it. You know, I believed in it. The Way of Kings was my first Brandon Sanderson book. I'd actually watched his college lectures a few times. And those are what made me get The Way of Kings. I bought The Way of Kings and Mistborn: The Final Empire at the same time. Tried The Way of Kings first. Liked it a lot, liked it enough to continue the Stormlight series. Then I started Mistborn: The Final Empire. Did not like it as much. I'm going to be entirely honest, if I had started with The Final Empire, I would not have continued with Brandon Sanderson's works. That's just me. But I made sure I saw what the books were about before jumping in. I also didn't even say anything about the Dalinar chapters. Dalinar's another main character. He's great too. He's a man struggling like with his past. And he's got his son who's like just wants to like make his dad proud. Oh, it's so good. But Way of Kings, one of my favorite books. That being said, I have come to a realization. It is that I really can't listen to The Way of Kings right now. I'm gonna get a little real here for a sec. At my last job, I was dealing with a very toxic work environment. I had a coworker who straight up like threatened me on multiple occasions. It just made it such a shitty situation. And I used The Way of Kings as like my favorite Brandon Sanderson books as something I could just throw on when I wasn't feeling like into anything, because I was able to listen to books at work. So I used The Way of Kings as a coping mechanism to kind of get over it. And that honestly really ruined the book for me. I still love it, but listening to it this last time, it really put me in a sour mood because of that. And such a shame. In a couple of years, I'll get over it. I have a hard time personally letting go of... Yeah, I'll just say it like this. I have a hard time letting go of anger. And that is an individual that I, let's say, am not a big fan of. So that book was just one big reminder. And that wasn't good for me. The same goes for the rest of the series, because naturally, listen to one, oh, I'm going to listen to the next one, listen to the next one, listen to the next one. I will get over it, but that is a huge blemish on The Way of Kings for me. Book number 59 is The Throne of Fire, written by Rick Riordan, book 2 of the Kane Chronicles, also narrated by Kevin R. Free and Catherine Kelgren. Book 2 of the Kane Chronicles is a filler book. I said what I said. It really doesn't do a whole lot. It doesn't really establish anything. There's the dwarf guy whose name I can't remember. I'm pretty sure he loses his mind at the end of this book to get them a few extra hours, because the whole point was they're going through like the River of Spirits in the Duat, and they have to progress like a certain amount of time along like the path of the sun that it took in the spirit world. Oh, turns out they were late, so Homeboy gives up his mind, basically. Or was it his soul? Yeah, he gave up like his soul to give them a few more hours so they can continue their quest. Touching moment, honestly. Like, props on Riordan for this filler book. That was a good fucking moment. The rest of it was very unnecessary. Ra is in a retirement home. The point was like finding Ra. He's in a retirement home. He's just an old man, doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Probably shits his pants on his slippers. But otherwise, it's a fine book. It's the next Kane Chronicles book. You know? Like, it's fine. Book number 60 is something a little bit different. It is I'm Not the Hero, book 1 of the I'm Not the Hero series, written by Sour Patch Hero and narrated by my homie Nick Podell. I don't believe I have any books like this earlier on this list. I'm pretty sure this is the first. This is an isekai book. Actually, no, because Beware of Chicken's technically an isekai. It's an isekai lit RPG, essentially heavily inspired by video games where there's like leveling up and experience and stat points and shit like that, equipment, a lot of that fun stuff. This book was a lot of fun. I don't exactly remember the plot of the first book, but there are some things that I kind of wish they had leaned into. Essentially, Oren and his friend Daniel get sucked into an isekai world by getting hit by a truck, which I guess is a very common trope of isekai stories, getting hit by a truck and then ending up in the magic world. They both get run over at the same time, so they both end up getting taken to the isekai world. Where they discover, oh, Daniel is the hero. He is the hero that was summoned. Oren has, they called him administrative privileges. So he has, like, magic that no one's ever fucking heard of before. It's interesting. It's fun. I say it's fun a lot with these. It's fun. I listened to a lot of fun books this year. But one thing I really wish they had leaned into, essentially, Oren discovers that he can turn his health points into magic points, and then heal himself for fewer magic points than he than he used for the magic points. It's confusing to explain like that. Essentially, spend health to get magic, and then use magic to heal back the health in order to essentially get infinite magic. And it kind of starts driving him crazy. He kind of starts, like, losing his mind a little bit. Not even, like, losing his mind. But he starts, like, turning dark a little bit. And I wish they would have leaned into that. So the reason why there's a hero is because there's a Dark Lord rising. And I kind of thought at the point, it was like, oh, Oren's going to be the Dark Lord. That would be fucking interesting. They get both fucking isekai'd into this place. And Oren, the tag-along, ends up as the Dark Lord because he fucking uses too much of the magic and it, like, affects him. That's not what ends up happening. He goes into rehab, and then he's better now. So that was kind of a shame, but I will say the writing between Oren and Daniel is really good. They're best friends. They've been best friends forever. There's Maddie. Can y'all not... There's Maddie. She is basically their guide in this world. She's great, too. It's all very casual. That's something I don't really like about it. But for the most part, you know, it's good. It's so good that the next book, Secrets and Strife, Book 2 of I'm Not the Hero, written by Sour Patch Hero and narrated by Nick Podell. Probably don't even need to say all that each time. Same second verse, same as the first. It's a lot of the same shit. I'm pretty sure in this one they explore dungeons a little bit, kind of deal with some of those mechanics, leveling up. Oren has to deal with going to, like, the elves. It's a lot of the same. But that's not to say it's bad. That being said, I will say, someone left a comment about this book, like, oh, it's just full of gay stuff. And you know what? I saw that comment and I went, fucking bet. I want some gay books in my life. Perfectly fine with me. There was barely any gay stuff in this book, and that was a huge disappointment. My life was ruined at that point. There was one scene where a character flirts with Oren, and it's a man, he flirts with Oren, and Oren gets a little flustered. That's it. That's as gay as the book gets. And you know what? I want more of that. Like, I'm perfectly cool with that. I want more of that. That's honestly the most specifically noteworthy thing about this second book, honestly. Because, like I said, it's more of the same. But not like this next book. Book number 3, in Education and Magical Affairs. Book 3 of I'm Not the Hero, written by Sour Patch Hero. And narrated by Nick Podell. This one's a little bit different. Oren gets kidnapped at the end of the second book. And now he goes in magic school. So it's completely different setting. You're dealing with a lot of completely different characters. It's building more of the world. And I was perfectly cool with it. Oren's also, like, learning more about the magic. As an administrator, he has the ability to, I don't want to say learn all of the other magics, because, like, usually they're separated into, like, different branches, but he can essentially learn all the different magics. At least if he has the skill points for it. And he does. It's really fun. I keep saying that. I need to stop saying that. It's nifty. It's really nifty. At the end of the book, he actually uses his administrative privileges on their friend Maddie to reset her class to something different, something that she's always wanted. And it resets her down to level 1. But then they immediately fucking finish a quest. It was like to end a war between like two kingdoms. And she immediately jumps up to like level 30 because she was part of that quest. I just thought that was really funny. Like, oh, she's level 1. Oh no. Oh, not anymore. Because she just fucking, she speed ran getting 30 levels. I don't know if it was 30. I thought that was really funny. That being said, at the time, book 3 was the last one available. But, like, I knew when book 4 came out, I was going to listen to it. And I did. Not anytime soon, though. I'm Not the Hero is now going to be a series that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for, like, the next entries. Honestly, until it finishes or until I get tired of it. And I really liked the first 3 books, so it's going to take a while, I think. Book number 63 is The Serpent's Shadow, The Kane Chronicles Book 3, written by Rick Riordan, narrated by Kevin R. Free and Catherine Kellgren. So this is the end of the Kane Chronicles trilogy, and it's a conclusion. It's still not great. It's less of a filler book than the second book was, of course. We get a lot more payoffs for shit that happened. Carter ends up becoming the pharaoh, but you know, he still gotta like go to school. He gets the girl, which again, it's like, dude, you're like 14. Like, it's kind of weird listening to this as an adult. We see the big bad of the series, Apophis. Not for the first time, because he does show up as like an illusion, I believe, in the first book. But he shows up for realsies at the end of this book, underneath like the Ma'at obelisk. It's the cover art, which I thought was a really cool visual. Otherwise, it was fine. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Rick Riordan only really loves Percy Jackson. For that reason, I stopped reading Rick Riordan, or stopped listening to Rick Riordan books this year. I intend to go through the Magnus Chase books again at some point, and maybe the Trials of Apollo books. I only read the first one, I think, when that came out, and then I just kind of gave up. That's it. That's it for Rick Riordan. Sorry, bro. Book number 64. As Ragnarok Awaits. Warriors of Valhalla, Book 1. Written by Tim Steiner. Narrated by John Bratton and Mary B. I don't think I've hated a book more than this one. Okay? It is another lit RPG book. Stat-based, all that shit, all that jazz. Vaguely cultivation inspired. But with a Norse mythology aesthetic. I am a big fan of Norse mythology. So I was hyped, okay? And I get into it. The main guy, Dan Olson, I remember the motherfucker's name because they say it so many times, is an archaeologist and he dies. For some reason, that constitutes him going to Valhalla. I don't really understand. The Valkyrie Eir saves him. They go to Valhalla. Oh, they can't go to Valhalla because there's a Draugr there, I believe, keeping them there in combat. And Eir, for some reason, is terrible at being a Valkyrie. Okay? Dan can't do anything because he's not a fucking warrior. So they get saved by Brynhild, probably the most famous Valkyrie. Okay? That's the establishing. Then they go to fucking Valhalla. And here's the thing. Everyone in Valhalla, apparently, understands that Eir has been in love with the idea of Dan Olson forever. Okay? I think you'll understand where I'm going with this. Dan also has the hots for Brynhild. Okay? Oh, and all the Valkyries are apparently gorgeous. Okay? That's just a... Okay, I believe the words were they're all perfect tens. This book was a motherfucking self-insert. Like... Okay. Let's just keep going. There's like a will they won't they thing with Er, and there's another fucking Valkyrie. I don't remember her name. It doesn't matter. They fuck. And then, Er is very upset about it. Oh no. So then Dan Olsen gets married to Er. Oh, that's fine. That's great. And then they fuck. They go to Pound Town. Oh, there's so much fucking sex in this book. It drives me crazy. I am not, like, a prude. But gratuitous sex in books doesn't do anything. It doesn't move the fucking story along. It's not character development. And that's all this book ended up being. I forgot to add, there's another point. Brynhild had never, like, all the Valkyries have, like, a gift that they can give to the Einherjar that they save, that they bring to Valhalla. Brynhild had never given her gift to an Einherjar before, until Dan Olsen shows up, and then she's like, there's something about you, Dan Olsen. And then he gets a blessing from Brynhild. It's like, it's been thousands of years. Why is this motherfucker getting blessings from Brynhild? He's not. She's not even his Valkyrie. That's Er. I don't get it. I don't understand. Okay. Blah blah blah. Shit goes on. Brynhild is kidnapped by Loki. Whatever. Oh, Odin sends out a task force of the best Einherjar to go save her. Okay. There's an Austrian man there who was alive, I believe, during the Nazi regime, which is interesting. Okay, I'm like, okay, there's something interesting going on, and the Austrian seems to know about Dan Olsen, other than just the anticipation of the last mortal arriving into Valhalla, and that's the whole point of Dan Olsen too. He's the last guy before Fimbulvinter. But so like the Austrian like kind of knows him. It's like, oh, that's kind of weird. So then they travel to Jotunheim. They fight a bunch of frost giants, a bunch of Jotnar. The Austrian ends up kind of dying. They have a bunch of like possessions and shit. So he ends up dying, and Dan Olsen finds out that like, oh, this Austrian motherfucker knew Dan's grandfather. Like they were homies. So there's something interesting going on there. It's like, oh, that's neat. That's like the last chapter of the book. It doesn't start getting actually interesting until the last fucking stretch. Ugh. This book, I hated this book. I got like halfway through. That's really when like the gratuitous sex started. And I'm like, you know what, fuck it. I'm this far in. I must see my way through it. And I really wish I hadn't. I should have DNF'd it. What are redeeming factors about this? The narrators are pretty good. What were their names? John Bratton and Mary B. They both did a very good job. They do multiple voices. They're very well spoken. They also have very nice voices. That's it. That's all I got. Oh. No, here's another thing. Subverted expectations. They save Brynhild, and she doesn't sleep with him. What? Unheard of. Fucking hate that book. I hate that book so much that it's been at least 6 months since I've listened to it, and I'm still so fucking mad about it. I hated this fucking book. This was the worst book I listened to this year. 100%. I'm sorry, Tim Steiner. You wrote the story that you wanted to. Good for you. You self-inserted yourself into there like a motherfucker. I'm proud of you. I'm not listening to the others. There's like 4 more of these fucking things, I think. There might even be more than that. I'm good. I'm good. Maybe now that I have this section of the video off of my chest, I can move past it. It's like trauma. Ugh. But it's over. Next are books 65, 66, and 67. Books 1, 2, and 3 of the He Who Fights with Monsters series. Written by Shirtaloon, narrated by Heath Miller. I really like these books. I think they're pretty good. It's another isekai lit RPG style, however you want to say it. the character, his name is Jason Asano. He gets sucked into Magic World. He's thrown system shit, and he's like, "Whoa, what's going on here? I'm Australian, bloke." He kind of like nice guys is his way through everything. It's okay. It's not even like he nice guys himself through it. There needs to be a better way to say that. But he confuses everyone. No one knows how to handle him. So he just kind of like at the very beginning, he attacks gender norms, and the bad guy is like, I'm sorry, the bad girl is like, you know what, you're right, and like they all like kind of fight each other. It's like, okay, you know. But Jason, he's a normal Earth guy, but he ends up in Magic World. He ends up getting magic. Very not good magic, at least not at first. But he becomes an affliction specialist. So kind of the same deal with these other like long-standing book series. They all do kind of blend together, especially when I'm listening to them back to back, which I did with these ones. There are some like standout moments though, like the death of one of the main characters at the end of this book. It was like, whoa. Like that was surprising. That was surprising. It was surprising that like that was something that was followed through with. Usually authors, mainly fantasy authors, like to stray away from killing off their characters. I know there's other shit going on with that, but like it was cool to see. I also thought the magic was very fun. I know I keep saying fun, but everyone's kind of got like their own thing going on. You know, no one's really got the same powers, and that's especially made obvious with the magic system. The system. It's something that only Jason really has access to. Everyone else can get access to it in limited capacities through Jason. It gives him stats. It gives him like magic descriptions and everything. It's cool. I think it's all very well written. I know some people, Matthew, are not really into all the system nonsense. His loss, I really like it. Yes, I'm not really like absorbing any of that information because it's just throwing a bunch of nonsense at me. But like, it's fun when it just like goes, your shadow ability has leveled from bronze 01 to bronze 02 100%. It's like give me more of that. That's dopamine. And at the end of book 3 of this little trilogy, because it's kind of set into, I'll call them arcs. No, not gonna spoil that. But really fucking cool. It's like a whoa, what the fuck type moment. Really good. I highly recommend it. Even Matthew would highly recommend it. He did go through all of them while he wasn't that into the system shit. And I know he had issues with some of like the plot decisions. Not even necessarily plot decisions, but the plot advancement decisions. He liked it. He liked the series. So, not just my word for it. There's also Matthew. Book number 68 is a little bit of a break. It's called The Cow in the Parking Lot, written by Leonard Sheff and Susan Edmiston, narrated by Bill Mendieta. This was more of a self-help book. I actually mentioned earlier with The Way of Kings that I have a hard time letting go of anger. And around this point, I was really struggling with that. I was going through some personal shit. I did not love this book specifically. This book was more so about looking at things in a different direction, or a different perspective. The whole like cow in the parking lot thing is, oh, if a dude driving a Jeep like takes the parking spot you were waiting for, you're gonna get mad at the guy in the Jeep. But if a fucking cow walks up and like lays down on the spot, you're not really gonna get mad at the cow. You're gonna be like, what the fuck? That's kind of the point. It's about like a change of perspective. I didn't love it. It was fine. I didn't finish. It not like an official did not finish. But there was another book that I actually started and I really liked. I got about halfway through it, called The Anger Trap. That was more about contextualizing your anger in different ways, and how a lot of it is actually usually stemmed from anxiety, which I do suffer from as well. I feel like most people do. That book, I know I didn't finish it, but I'd say that book really helped. Like, it really made me come to terms with a lot of things in my life that we're causing me mental stress. Not even like mental stress, but we're weighing me down in certain ways that I maybe wasn't even processing. So thank you to the Anger Trap. I'll put the, like Dr. Les Carter, I believe, I'll put the picture up on the side. Because this is actually more turning into the review for that book a little bit. But that book was good. Count of the Parking Lot was fine, but it didn't do anything for me. Books number 69, nice, and 70 are books 4 and 5 of the He Who Fights with Monsters series, written by Shirtaloon, narrated by Heath Miller. Really good. These books are a fair bit different than the first two, or the first three, rather. In the first three, he's on New Magic World. On these next books, which is another arc, he is back on Earth. I think it's like 2 years after he vanished. He has magic now, so he's dealing with figuring out things on Earth. And then, magic actually was a thing on Earth. He just had no idea about it because it was like, ooh, secret. And then, magic starts going crazy because the magic from the magic world, Palimustis, is getting sucked into Earth. So then he's got to figure out, like, what to deal with all that. And since he got, like, actual training from Magic World, he's, like, the baddest motherfucker on Earth. It's fun. You know what? I like saying fun. It's kind of my thing. There are a lot of one-liners from the series that I really fucking like. It's kind of my thing, being one of them. Matthew and I say that a lot to each other. He like makes these coins with the magic, the spirit coins. They say, "Good day, bloke." I like that, but I don't really say that one. There's really no reason to. Read He Who Fights with Monsters, please. There's so much. Taking a more substantial break from He Who Fights with Monsters, book number 71 is The Name of the Wind, written by Patrick Rothfuss. Book 1 of the King Killer Chronicle, narrated by my homie, Nick Podell. Name of the Wind is a beautiful book. It's very well written, the prose is excellent. It's got so many little, like, details that you miss in your first reading, and even, like, your second or third reading. I originally read these for a bedtime book. They're very beautifully done. Name of the Wind, I will say, is better than A Wise Man's Fear in many ways, but it's a more concise story. It's more to the point with what it's trying to do. Kavoth is really coming into his own in this book. It's a very slow burn to start with, because like it's dealing with establishing the frame story of why Kavoth is telling the story. Then it spends a long time with him as like a kid before he goes to magic school. And that part, like, I'm not like super into, but it's improved a lot because there are stories being told to young Kavoth that are and will also be important, hopefully, into the third book, which we still don't have. But no, Patrick Rothfuss does a very good job about that. One thing to look out for if you ever go through the King Killer books are the 7 words to make a woman fall in love with you. It is something proposed by one of the professors at the magic school, Master Reloadin. There are 7 words to make any woman to make a woman love you. They exist. Kvoth doesn't actually know them, but with Denna, her name is Denna, the main love interest, so many sentences that he says to her are 7 words if you, like, count them out. It's very interesting that he did that. I wonder if maybe that was, like, kind of an accident, like he was editing it and then went, oh, a lot of these are 7 words. What if I make that like a thing? Very interesting. Denna's, according to her, is, I was just wondering why you're here. And it's based on, like, her not understanding her life, you know? Absolutely highly recommend Name of the Wind and The Wise Man's Fear, even though that one kind of drags on a bit. Really good fucking books. Even if we never get King Killer Book 3, absolutely worth going through. I'm going to loop books 72 and 73 together. Book 72 is The Slow Regard of Silent Things, written by Patrick Rothfuss as a novella or companion piece for the King Killer Chronicle, read by Patrick Rothfuss. This book is narrated by the author. It's, I believe, the first one of this list. And then book 73 is The Narrow Road Between Desires, Patrick Rothfuss. the version I found specifically is narrated by Nick Podell. There's one with another narrator. That one has 2 specific book covers. I'm going to go with the better one of the 2 because it's better. I think it's the U.S. one. The U.S. one's okay, but the Europe one is so much better. It looks so nice. Book 72 is revolving around a character named Ari, who is a little girl living underneath the magic school. Well, she's not even a little girl. She's older than both, but she seems like a little girl. And it's exploring the magic of her world, or at least the magic of the world as she sees it. It's fine. It's very artsy. Lots of poems, or lots of poetry styled writing, and a lot of flowery language. There's also a lot of alliteration and shit. It's a very artsy book. I absolutely understand why Patrick Rothfuss wanted to write something like that. It unfortunately doesn't move the story of the King Killer Chronicle along at all, which is fine. It's a novella. It really doesn't need to. And then getting into the narrow road between desires, it is around Kvoth's student Bast, who this is part of the frame story. He's just kind of chilling in the small town, but he's a little too big for the small town. He kind of manipulates everyone. He's got this story with this guy named this kid named Reich. It's fine. It was actually an expanded short story, I believe. I don't remember what the compilation was called, but it had a bunch of prominent authors be a part of it. George R. R. Martin. It's called The Lightning Tree, I believe. But it's fine. I think I preferred The Narrow Road Between Desires over Slow Regard of Silent Things because I feel like it builds a little bit to the world more than Slow Regard does. I'm not trying to sit here and say Slow Regard is bad. I just didn't care for it as much. Okay, this is a big one. Books 74 through 80. Right? Yep. Are the rest of the He Who Fights with Monsters series. I just blasted through the rest of them. I really shouldn't have, but I did. 100% they started blending together. At some point, Jason is able to go between Magic World and his world a little more freely. He does that. He ends up essentially becoming a god, even more than a god. It starts getting a little crazy, but there's a lot of things that become very repetitive, I forget what they're called, the transformation zones. Those get very repetitive. It's where there's just a high concentration of magic and it needs some way to escape, something like that. Those get very repetitive. Some of the way that they handled Shirtaloon handled some of the characters I didn't love, with Gary. I'm not going to get into that. Overall, the series is very consistent. It never really goes down in quality, but I will say it also never really goes up in quality. That means that they're all at least 8. They're all pretty good. I will say book 11. If you're gonna go through them, stop at book 11, at least for right now. Book 11 is kind of the end of an arc. Book 12 is a new arc, is a new story. If you're planning on blasting through, maybe wait, give it a break before you hit book 12, or even wait until book 13 is out, which it's not yet. I do want to say book 11 has the best payoff for one of the longest running jokes ever. I fucking loved it. It made me cackle like a motherfucker at work. I listen to audiobooks predominantly while I'm working, and it made me cackle like a fucking lunatic. Good thing I work by myself mostly. And I want to say this, most of the page is He Who Fights with Monsters. So, book number 81 is Isles of the Emberdark, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Kaleo Griffith and Jennifer Jill Araya. This is part of his secret project series, you could say. There are 5 books in it right now. There's actually a 6th one coming out next year, I want to say. This was book number 5. It was it was just released at the time of me listening to it. It's dealing with it's essentially a retelling of one of his short stories, Sixth of the Dusk. and a sequel to that story. It's also dealing with more. Well, it's very Cosmere aware. It's space age Cosmere, so they're dealing with like faster than light travel a little bit. They're also dealing with like how to traverse in more sophisticated ways through Shadesmar, which is the cognitive realm. It's dealing with a lot of stuff like that. We're also dealing with potential invasion by Rosharans from the Stormlight Archive and Scadrians from Mistborn, which is very interesting. It's not something I really picked up on when I first found out about it, because he like did a reading of the sequel to Six of the Dusk at one point. So I didn't really pick up on that, but then going through it now, it's like, oh, that's obvious. But it was kind of interesting, because part of it was like, oh, they can't invade this planet because they're not technologically advanced enough, and it would break some like multi-planetary like accords. Like, oh, that's neat. Like, you have to be a certain level of advancement to do that, and they actually get tricked into advancing their technology to the point of being able to be invaded, which I thought was kind of neat. I don't know if I've ever seen that in media, so I thought it was kind of cool. That being said, I didn't love Isles of the Emberdark. I liked what it did for, like, it drops like a lot of lore while also bringing up a lot of questions, like the Grand Apparatus and the people living there, which apparently it's like a planet made of like interchanging rooms. Kind of weird. Are you helper? You don't even want to be here. I guess I should show. I've got Isles of the Emberdark right here. Like, I bought it. It's a pretty book. I like the gold with the black. But red's a better color. Book number 82 is A Brief History of Chronomancy, again, by Andrew Rowe, narrated by Nick Podell. Book, was that 6 of Arcane Ascension? Yeah. I don't really have anything new to add about A Brief History of Chronomancy, because I had read it previously. I was so excited for this audiobook to come out. Oh boy, you don't even know. I was waiting. Like, I was refreshing that tab, like when's it coming? When's it coming? When can I get it? I'd say it's my favorite Andrew Rowe book. I don't know if I said that actually, but it's up there. Books 83 and 84 are Early Years and New Heights, the first 2 books of the Beginning After the End series, written by Turtle Me, narrated by Travis Baldry. Also a homie. We haven't seen him in a while. Another isekai story, basically. There's a king, lives on alternate Earth. It's not exactly Earth. He dies, gets reincarnated as a baby on Magic World. And he is a prodigy. Like, he's able to ignite his magic at such a young age. Like, he was like 3, I think, and usually kids can't do it until they're like 12. He can wield all 4 elements and a lot of their mutations, or whatever they call them. So he's a real special. At the end of the first book, toward the end of the first book, I should say, he is presumed dead. He falls off of a mountain, and then he's kind of saved, and he's helped by an elderly demon-looking bitch named Sylvia, who gives him a magic rock, and acts very grandmotherly toward him, teleports him to where he needs to go. And she also knows that he's a king from the previous life, who, because he was sufficiently powerful in, I think they just call it chi, and like chi-related magic on Earth, that's what makes him really good at doing magic in Magic World. It's kind of silly, but it's like, whatever, it's fine. And then book 2, I believe, he comes back to his family, but then he goes off again to be like an adventurer. And keep in mind, he's like 10 at this point. Wait, no, he stays with the elves. That was book 2. He stays with the elves. He has a best friend. Her name is Tessia. She's an elf who's like a year older than him, I believe. I'm gonna be honest. Tessia is a fine character. Okay, no, I'm just gonna say that she's a fine character. The way Turtle Me constantly keeps talking about how beautiful she is, or how beautiful she will be, made me very uncomfortable. She is a child. I understand I understand what Charlemagne was going for, but it made me uncomfortable as a 27-year-old man constantly hearing about how beautiful this 11-year-old is. Why? Why do you got to do that? I understand if you do it like once, maybe twice. You know, just throw that out there. I think some of the phrasing too was like, oh, she's gonna grow into a beautiful woman. It's like she has the beauty of a child that will grow into a beautiful woman. I get that. Okay, say it once. All right. Oh, so many times. It's enough times for me to feel the need to address it. Like, bro, stop. It was just kind of gross. Little gross to me. The books are fine. Like, I didn't love them, didn't hate them. I'm going to continue them later, but that just needed to get that off my chest. Book 85 is Misquoting Jesus by Bart D. Ehrman, narrated by Richard M. Davidson. Completely different to what I've been listening to. I'm a big fan of learning about, like, historical religious things. Predominantly Christianity. I think Christianity is a very interesting religion. I don't subscribe to it myself, but I think it's interesting, and I really love the history surrounding it. And Misquoting Jesus is a lot of why a lot of, like, the scriptures and things say the things that they do, and potentially why they are wrong. And I'm not saying wrong from like, the word of God has been changed. Like, why the things can be changed over thousands of years. Part of it is, languages, like, it was Hebrew and then Greek, and it's a lot of things have evolved. One specific note was like, the word for angry and sad was like one letter apart, and it's like, it's 100% reasonable for like a scribe listening to it being orated, mishearing, and then putting the angry, I think it was the angry word instead of the sad word. So then it completely changes that message. Very interesting book. I am a big fan of Bart Ehrman. He has a lot of lectures and everything on YouTube. Like, if you're into religious historia, 100% worth listening to, worth reading. Book number 86 on this list is Words of Radiance, written by Brandon Sanderson. Book 2 of the Stormlight Archive, narrated by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. Words of Radiance is probably my least favorite Stormlight book, at least I believe. It's hard to tell because, when in truth, I've only gone through that twice. It's been so long since I've gone through that. Words of Radiance is probably my least favorite. Something I will say I appreciate about established literature as opposed to a lot of like the self-released things, because a lot of these come from RoyalRoad, a prominent like indie writing scene. A lot of that stuff kind of feels samey over long periods of time. Something great about the Stormlight books is each book is very different from one another. Like, yes, a book 1 and 2 take place in the same place, so do books 3 and 4 for the most part. But there's such a significant change of what happens. Kaladin is no longer a slave. He is actually head bodyguard for Dalinar Kholin. So there's shit going on with that. Dalinar is trying to reestablish like the Knights Radiant. Shallan is making her way to the Shattered Plains, which is where the first book took place for Kaladin. Just very interesting. It's so different. Like, so much is established. Or not even established. So much has changed. Like, the status quo has been changed. A lot of the tension of the book comes from Kaladin being unwilling to share his powers to Dalinar and to the world. Shallan is kind of trying to live like this double life and trying to figure out where Urithiru is, which is like this big mythical city. There's some interesting things, and there's a lot about Words of Radiance that I like. I like seeing Kaladin in his role as head of security, head of the King's Guard. I like seeing him in that role. I also like the play between Kaladin and Dalinar in that role. Shallan becomes a little less superfluously annoying in that role too, because a lot of the things that she's doing is directly related to the plot. And it has one of my favorite lines in the entire series. Toward, I want to say like the 60% mark, Kaladin and Shallan fall into a big chasm. There's the Shattered Plains have big chasms that, like, if you fall into, you're basically dead. They fall into them, but because they're magic, they're fine. But Bridge 4 Bridge 4, the team that Kaladin was with in The Way of Kings, who became guards with Kaladin, they're waiting for him the whole time. Like, they're confident he's going to come back. Dalinar's like, nah, like, he's dead. Like, you guys grieve the way that you need to, but he's dead. And then they're getting ready to go on this big expedition, and a messenger comes by, and then they're like, he came out of the chasm. And Dalinar's like, who? And they're like, Stormblessed. And the quote was, Dalinar ran the whole way, or the entire way, something like that. I don't know, something so simple about, like, that line. Like, it really, like, kind of shows, like, who Dalinar is, you know? It's not necessarily like, oh, he felt obligated to, like, he needed to run that whole way because he needed to be there, you know? I really like that. When books can establish a lot with like such minimal verbiage, it's really cool to me. I mentioned something similar with Mother of Learning. At the end, it was like, oh, Zack Noveda had won, and the only thing it cost him was his best friend. Something along those lines. It's like, it's 2 sentences, and they're so beautiful in their simplicity. And same goes for Dalinar ran the whole way. I will say, you know, I'm like, oh, Words of Radiance is my least favorite. It's like saying, like, oh, I have a least favorite episode of my favorite TV show. Like, yes, there will be lower points, no matter what. But, you know, like, it doesn't make it bad. It doesn't make it bad at all. I say after being like, oh, He Who Fights Monsters is all pretty consistent. And it is, but I'm sure once I get around to re-listening to them and like, re-experiencing them, I'm going to go, okay, Book 8? Book 8's the worst. I'm sorry, Book 8. I don't even know which one you are, because they all kind of blend together, but I'm sorry. I don't mean to throw you under the bus like this. Books 87, 88, and 89 are the War of Broken Mirrors trilogy, written by Andrew Rowe, narrated by Nick Podell. These were Andrew Rowe's first published books. He self-publishes. I don't think I established that. These are the first ones that he self-published, though, as far as I'm aware. These are the origin of Karis Salarian, or Talion Solaris, however you want to call him. He is known as Talion in these books. Well, technically, he's known as Solaris, or Sal, or Sol, or whatever. Talion. I'm just going to say Talion. This is the introduction to Talion, and we're also introduced to Lydia and Jonan, who are characters that are not main characters, but they do pop up now and again through the series. Or at least, Jonan has. That's complicated with Lydia, though. Honestly, these books are fine. I didn't listen to them with the other Andrew Rowe books when I did all those earlier in the year. Partly because I remember not liking them very much, because there's a lot of, oh, they're training to be war leaders and shit, like, which is fine, but there was like so much of it. And there's also a lot of scenario training type things, which I honestly, upon re-listening, I was more into. I'm not going to sit here and say those were my favorite parts of the books, but I was more into it. I really like the cost-based magic system of the War of Broken Mirrors books. Brief summary, each like continent kind of has like their own way of doing magic on this world. And the magic, they call it Dominion Sorcery for these books predominantly that magic. It's cost-based. It's not usually like a direct cost. Like, Talion can use fire magic, and it brings his body temperature down. Okay, you know, you use too much of it, you get hypothermia. That makes sense. He can also use stone and metal magic, and they make him physically weaker for a while, because it like uses up like his body. It's like bodily resources. I feel like that's interesting. Lydia is a mind mage, so she actually uses her memories to cast her magic, which I wasn't even entirely sure. I felt like she would get her memories back upon re-listening. It's like, oh, she doesn't. Like, she just like loses her memories, which honestly is really fucked up, because like with the fire or with like the stone and all that, it's not a permanent cost, generally. Like, unless you go too far and you die, you'll be fine after a little while. But with Lydia, like, nah, she just, like, loses her fucking memories. Like, that's kind of fucked up. That being said, we as humans probably have a lot of memories that just don't matter. But as far as I understand with her, she can't choose what she loses. She just loses shit. Jonan, he's kind of like in between. He uses sight sorcery. So the more he uses it, the worse his eyesight gets. It takes a little while to redevelop, and he also wears glasses to help compensate. And it establishes actually it says it a lot if I remember right. He will permanently lose eye function if he goes too far. So like, okay, like that's neat. I like that idea with like the magic system. I'm still gonna say these books aren't like the best. They are some of his earliest books, and they lead into really all of his other series. Edge of the Woods, or the Lost Edge series. Jonan shows up in that. Arcane Ascension, Karis Talion is a part of that. The Weapons and Wielder series literally takes place right after the end of this one, at least in Talion's perspective. They're still good. He just gets a lot better. Books 90 through 93 are the beginning after the ends, books 3 through 6, written by Turtle Me, narrated by Travis Baldry. It's the next books. These books are kind of interesting because Arthur, that's the main character's name. I actually don't believe I said that. He's getting older as each book goes along, which is kind of interesting to see. But for the most part, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Fine books. I don't want to make it seem like I don't like the beginning after the end books. I like them. I'm going to finish the series whenever book, 13 comes out? Actually, because I think there's supposed to be 14? Whatever. I'll finish the series whenever the books are done. They're not noteworthy. You know? Like, it's almost like junk food TV a little bit. Like, it's fun, it's good, but I mean, especially when you're going through them all at once, they all just kind of turn into nothing. And that's 100% my fault. I should have taken more significant breaks with shit. That's on me. Here's where we start getting into the good shit. Books 94 through 96 are the first 3 Dungeon Crawler Carl books, written by Matt Denneman, narrated by Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes was also one of the narrators for the Virtuous Sons book by Y.B. Stryker that I really liked. I didn't really know that at the time, but now that I know that, I was like, oh, that's neat. Okay, there's a lot to explain with these books, okay? And I'm not going to. I'm going to give you the SparkNotes version. The world ends. It's all sucked into the Earth's core by aliens, and then it turns into an intergalactic survival show based on video games. Not exactly based on video games. It's another lit RPG. So there's statuses, leveling up points, and all that jazz. Carl's the main guy. He has a cat named Princess Donut who becomes sapient. She gets human-like intelligence and she can start talking. She ends up being more powerful than Carl in many ways. The whole point of the game is just to survive. There are multiple levels. Level 1 and 2 are largely the same. They both take place in the first book. They're essentially just labyrinths. You fight mobs, all that jazz. The second book revolves around level 3, which is more of like a town. It has more of like a structure and a story to it. Book 3 is more of like a scenario called the Iron Tangle, if I remember right. It's all about trains. Book 3, the Dungeon Anarchist Cookbook. I guess I didn't say the titles. Book 1 is Dungeon Crawler Carl. Book 2 is Carl's Doomsday Scenario. Book 3 is the Dungeon Anarchist Cookbook. Book 3 is the reason I actually started reading the series. Because I saw this beautiful cover art, and I fell in love with it. I just needed to know. Like, yes, you people do judge books by their cover, and I judged, and I said it was good. But no, so that inspired me to actually listen to the books, and I ended up really liking them. The third book kind of dragged on a little bit. I didn't like the Iron Tangle a whole lot. That's apparently not a hot take, as the kids say. A lot of people don't like the Iron Tangle because it doesn't make sense. I am pretty sure at the beginning of the book, it says to, like, not worry about the map or anything. It's like, okay, you know what? I must have missed that, but that's fine. Like, you tell me to ignore it, fine by me. I don't care that much. I did just kind of get tired of it all just kind of being based around the trains. I may have autism in me. I'm not that autistic. I say as this video is going to be many hours long. But no, I really like the books. There's a very morbid sense of humor to a lot of the things in it, and a lot of really fucked up shit. Specifically for the audiobook, a lot of the entertainment comes from Jeff Hayes. He does a very good job at doing voices. I love me some voices. He does a very good job. He actually breathes a lot of life into these characters. And all the supporting characters are great. Like Mordecai, who is like their training guild guy, who later becomes essentially part of the team. He is great. Mordecai is great. Princess Donut is hilarious. She gets a fan base called the Donut Holes, and it's all about her butthole, and she hates it. But it's good. It's fun. I know, there's that word again. It's fun. Fun is kind of my thing. Highly recommend. I'm kind of burying the lead a little bit. I did actually just read the ebook of Dungeon Crawler Carl, because I wanted to just get back into the world a little bit, and that's not against my self-imposed rules. It's really good. If you don't like swearing and you don't like violence, like cartoonish violence, maybe it's not for you, but the first three, they're pretty good. And because the levels are so different, it makes it really easy to keep in mind which book is what. Because the status quo is fairly different in all of them. Thank you, Matt Dinneman. Thank you. Book number 97 is Tress of the Emerald Sea, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer. It's book 1 of the Cosmere Secret Projects. It's one of the Secret Project novels. I actually have it up here. It's right here. It's the green one. I like Tress of the Emerald Sea. Brandon Sanderson wanted to write this book in a different voice to try to find like the right narrative voice for one of his characters, Hoyd. So he is telling the story about this girl named Tress who goes to save the guy that she likes from the Enchantress, or the Sorceress, I believe. Apparently it's a lot like The Princess Bride. I've never seen or read The Princess Bride, so I don't know. I know that's a big black mark in my record against me. I'm sorry. I just have never gotten to it. Sanderson has said he's heavily inspired by The Princess Bride for this specific book. Another thing about Tress of the Emerald Sea is that the oceans are not water. They are made of spores that, if you get them wet, will explode in magical ways. Tress of the Emerald Sea. She lives on the Emerald Sea. It's made of these spores, and they grow vines when they get wet. And there's a very fun visual that they give, not visual as in a picture, but it's described they'll go through your nose and into your sinus cavity, so you just sit there suffocating, but it can't enter your brain cavity, so you're just sitting there cognizant. It's that's horrible. But it's fun. He uses the scientific concept of fluidization to get the ships to work. It's kind of like pirate based. Air moving through a grainy medium will make it act fluid-like. It's very interesting, and they play with it a little bit. Sometimes the oceans just stop moving. Of course, it's a book. It has to happen at inopportune times. It's also a little more Cosmere aware. It takes place a fair bit in the Cosmere future, so there's computers and shit. It's kind of weird, but Tress's world isn't evolved enough like that. Overall, though, Tress of the Emerald Sea, really good. I like it. Books 98, 99, and 100 are The Beginning After the Ends, books 7, 8, and 9, written by Turtle and me, narrated by Travis Baldry. What more do I even need to say about these so far? I'm pretty sure with one of these, maybe it was in the last group, I don't remember. Arthur kind of dies, so he actually loses his magic. His magic is destroyed, but he is saved by Sylvia's daughter, a dragon. So he kind of becomes part dragon, so he can control the magic or the mystical, like, fifth element ether a little bit, so he actually learns how to use ether instead of mana. I think it's called mana. The alchemical elements, earth, wind, fire, water. So he learns how to use ether instead of, like, the main four. Which, I thought that part was interesting. And he also becomes, like, a professor at another magic school. They don't really play with that a whole lot, but, like, I liked it. And there's this bitch there, I don't remember her name, but she's related to Agrona, like the bad guy of the series. And, like, they've got some chemistry. I'm gonna be honest, they've got chemistry, they like each other. Like, I'm honestly more into them than I was of Arthur and Tessia. I think partly because I think Tessia is ruined a little bit because they go, like, oh, a beautiful child. I feel like maybe that's a little bit ruined for me. Other girl who I really wish I could remember her name. I like them together a lot more. We actually see her existing without being in love with Arthur more than we saw Tessia. Because Tessia was a child. Again, a child when we first saw her, so like she was like infatuated from a very young age. We didn't see that with this other bitch. I really wish I remembered her name. Starting off with book number 101, we have Oathbringer by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. Book 3 of the Stormlight Archive. Oathbringer is a pretty good book. Each of the Stormlight books has a character who is the main focus. This book is Dalinar Kholin. So we get flashbacks of his life. And honestly, I think the Dalinar flashbacks are the most compelling because we see a man go from a brutal warlord into the more like thoughtful man that we see throughout the Stormlight Archive. I really like that evolution. Man fucking offs his own wife, which is brutal. So I will say, I think the flashbacks for Oathbringer are the best in the series. I really like them. I think they're really good. I'm not going to say they're fun because most of them are not. But it's very well done, and there are a lot of really compelling moments in Oathbringer. Toward the climax of the book, the I am Unity part, that's really fucking good. But there are some things about it that I'm not as big of a fan of. Kaladin going back and visiting his family, and oh, they had a baby. It's like, okay, whatever. Them traveling through Shadesmar was also just kind of whatever for me. I wasn't super into that part. It was fine, don't get me wrong. But I felt like too much time was dedicated to it for how little it really contributed. That's entirely my take, though. I know a lot of people really like those parts. I wasn't the biggest fan. Book number 102 is The Sum of All Men, Book 1 of the Rune Lords, written by David Farland and read by Ray Porter. I knew it. I knew Ray Porter's name, I just couldn't think of it. Rune Lords is an interesting series. I really like the magic system. In essence, it is... You have these bits of metal, blood metal, and you use magic to give, essentially, traits from yourself into the Rune Lord. For example, Person A, who has really good eyesight, they can give their eyesight to Person B. Person B's eyesight essentially becomes, like, twice as good. Person A loses their vision. They kind of play a little fast and loose with that, like, if you give someone your intelligence, they don't become 100% stupid, or they don't completely lose their mind, or whatever, however you want to phrase that. They lose, like, 99% of their mental capacity. Like, they still have, like, the smallest bit, probably because, I don't know, maybe that'd be hard to write or something, I don't know. In essence, though, they lose all of it. So the magic is really compelling, and the concept of the sum of all men is that there is a hypothetical point where one person can take in enough attributes from other people that they essentially become immortal. Yeah, they essentially take in enough attributes from other people so that they become immortal. The main antagonist of the series, or at least of the first 4 books, Rajatan, he is on a quest to become the sum of all men, which is kind of cool. I like that idea, because usually we see the main character trying to get to that point. Why do you yearn? On the flip side, we have the main character, Gaborn. honestly kind of a dumb name. But he makes a vow to become an oath-bound lord, I believe that was the term, where he cannot essentially force people to give them their attributes. They have to give it completely willingly, with no expectation of compensation. Like, a lot of people give up their attributes so that they can get like a bunch of money to get themselves out of debt or to save their family or whatever. The whole point of the oath-bound lord is, you just can't take them. So that's interesting too. Even when things are getting very dire, though, people still give Gaborn their attributes. It's a fun magic system. I really like the idea of vectors, basically, in our hypothetical person A, person B, person C situation. So person B already gave their sight to person A, person C can give their sight to person B, but person B doesn't get that sight goes to person A. So you can essentially put a lot of attributes into person B, they give all of that to person A. So person A isn't necessarily taking all of the runes, but they're gaining all the power. And if person B dies, then that connection's completely severed. I also like the idea too of I'll say the victim. The victim can only give their attunements once, attributes, whatever. They can only give their attributes once. So if they give one, they can't give another one. Like that's it. Kind of neat, I don't know if, let's say you give your sight one, if you can give your strength one or not. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe not, but I like that a little restriction. One other thing I forgot to add while I was recording the original video is that another thing that I like about the magic system is the physical limitations of the Rune Lord. One of the attributes that you can give to another person is metabolism, which basically means that they move faster. Which also means they age faster, but that's kind of besides the point. So when you're moving faster, your body is not necessarily advancing physically to the point to be able to withstand the new forces that you're able to exert upon it. So there's actually an instance, I believe, a character is running so fast with their metabolism attributes that they actually snap their leg because they're running so fast, because their body cannot physically handle moving at such an accelerated rate. There's more to it than that. With strength, yes, you can punch harder, but your bones are still weak, or relatively weak. Just a few other things that I liked. Continue with the video past James. Notice I'm talking a lot about the magic system. It's because the story is whatever. I feel that the story is whatever. Rajatan takes over, is trying to take over the world basically to become the sum of all men, but the earth, the magic controlling the earth, doesn't like that because it's antithetical to its purpose of protecting life. So Gaborn, who is the Earth King, the new Earth King, is trying to stop Rajat. Okay, fine. It's a fine story. It's not great. And it's kind of a shame. I remember really liking these books a lot more when I first listened to them. They're actually all free on Audible. At least they used to be. I don't know if they still are. So I just blasted through them all. But upon re-listening, I didn't like the book nearly as much as I used to, which is a shame. Same goes for the second book, which is on the list. I'll get to that. It's still a fine book. It's also a shame because the series will forever be unfinished. David Farland passed away a few years ago. I don't remember the exact cause, but he had some sort of brain issue and he died. So that's sad, because I was so hyped, because I think there was only supposed to be one book left. I was so hyped to finish it. We're never getting that. That's a shame. Speaking of Rune Lords, I actually have a copy of it right here. It was just called The Rune Lords originally, and then I think when it became a series, it was called The Sum of All Men. I could be wrong about that, but this is the first book I got from Half Price Books down in Wichita, Kansas. I will say, for being a used copy, for a trade paperback copy, it's in very, very nice condition. I appreciate that, except for the big old sticker. Book number 103 is The Divine Comedy, originally written by Dante Alighieri and translated by, did I write that down? By Clive James, narrated by Eduardo Ballerini. That was the specific version I was listening to. So if you're unfamiliar with Divine Comedy, it's essentially Christian mythology fan fiction, where the poet Dante ends up in the Inferno, and he sees like historical, mythological, and at the time current political figures in hell. Then he goes into purgatory, and then he goes into Paradiso, or heaven. It's interesting. It's a very interesting story. It's not even that interesting of a story, but it's a very interesting idea, and it's 100% a product of its time, which I don't know the year the Divine Comedy was written, but it's very old. And I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I am not smart enough to like the Divine Comedy as much as I should. The issue I had is that I don't know who most of the people he's talking about are, which is fine. I think the ideal way in our modern day to go through the Divine Comedy would be an annotated version. For example, I have this copy of The Portable Dante, it says edited by Mark Musa. It's a collection of the Divine Comedy and La Vita Nuova, which is essentially the sequel to the Divine Comedy. I haven't read that one. But throughout it, it has notes regarding basically everything. Not him who had his breast in shadow pierced, with one thrust of the lance from Arthur's hand, not Focaccia, not even this one here. And it explains, Focaccia was one of the Cancerelli family of Pistoia, and a member of the White Party. His treacherous murder of his cousin, Detto di Cancerelli, a black, was possibly the act that led to the Florentine intervention in Pistonian affairs. Something like this is the ideal way, probably, to go through Dante's works in our modern day, like I said. This is the way to go for it. Not to diss on Edoardo Ballerini, he did a very good job narrating it. It's just so hard to go through when you don't have any context to anything. I'm not smart enough to like the Divine Comedy in an audiobook format without help. Fun thing, there was a little handmade bookmark that was made in high school. No, Masushi. I guess my friend Justin did that. Or at the time, my friend Justin. It's been over a decade since I've opened this book. So I don't remember. The things you find sometimes. Books number 104 through 107 are The Gate of the Pharaoh Gods, The Butcher's Masquerade, The Eye of the Bedlam Bride, and This Inevitable Ruin. Books 4 through 7 of the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. Written by Matt Dinneman, narrated by Jeff Hayes. Asterisk. The book The Eye of the Bedlam Bride has guest narration by Patrick Warburton of Tick fame, and Travis Baldry of many other audiobook fame. And Travis Baldry is also in the next book, This Inevitable Ruin, but he's not credited. These books are wild. Matt Dinneman does such a good job of escalating everything, basically. It's nonstop. He just keeps going. I don't think he has like a filter on what he wants to put into these books. He just does it. He doesn't care. You want a demonic possessed talking sex doll head that's immortal? Yeah, you got that. Do you want a crab ejaculating onto the corpses of dead baby seals in order to harvest the souls from the semen to appease a demonic like overlord? Got that for you too. That's in The Eye of the Bedlam Bride. What a fucking book. This book was a trip. All of them were a bit of a trip. Like, for a little bit of context about the ejaculating crab, I never would have thought that was a sentence I would ever say in my life. The crab, I believe it's Raoul the Crab, is narrated by Travis Baldry, who, not predominantly, but who has narrated a lot of audiobooks regarding cultivation. empowering yourself in order to ascend to the heavens. Raoul the Crab is a cultivator crab. So it's really fucking funny that they got Travis Baldree to do it. I don't think Travis Baldree even cared. I might even be reading too far into it. I just thought that was really funny. It's like, oh, of course they got Travis Baldree to be the fucking cultivator. And this is specifically book 6. Patrick Warburton initially was disappointing to me. He was Carl's father. He played the role of Carl's father. But then, he only got like 1 or 2 lines. So I was like, okay, whatever. That was disappointing, but fine. You know, enough to put it on the cover. But then he comes back as Alpha Carl the Pokemon. Pokemon's exaggeration, but they don't call them Pokemon. But essentially, Alpha Carl the Pokemon, who is best friends with Carl now. He wants to give him emotional advice and threatens to beat up Raoul the Crab because he's ejaculating onto dead baby seals. If I'm feeling ballsy, I will put the narration over it, like right here.
Wait, never mind. Yell at me again! I think it's helping!
I don't know what the hell you're doing, you weird little armored sea rat, but you need to do what my brother says, or I'm gonna come over there and break you in half!
It was hilarious. They do such a good job with the audiobook narration. It's Sound Booth Audio, Sound Booth Theater, I think, that does that. They add like little sound effects, little sound bites. It adds to the experience without it necessarily being a graphic audio. Graphic audio is usually it's a battle, so you hear like the sounds of combat in the background and shit. They don't necessarily go that far, but they do add a lot to it. I know I'm talking a lot about book 6 specifically. Book 7, I actually don't want to touch a whole lot as far as the story goes, because it's so fucking good. I don't want to squander that. Book 4, Gate of the Pharaoh Gods, is also just wild. Like, it's a dealing with like the abyss and insane gods kind of implied in the name. It's just like a level above everything else. There are gods within the dungeon. And this book, Carl's interacting with them a little bit more. And that has repercussions throughout the rest of the series, where he's having to appease the god that he's attached to. It's fun. There's that word again. It's kind of my thing. It's fun. I absolutely love Dungeon Crawler Carl. That was maybe my biggest highlight of the year. I know I'm really burying that lead right now, but it was so good. I am so stoked for book 8 whenever that comes out. Like, yes, I'm looking forward to book 13 of He Who Fights with Monsters. Book, I guess, 5 now of I'm Not the Hero, 2 other series that I found throughout this last year. Same goes for book 13 of The Beginning After the End. Like, I will go through that when that comes out. But Dungeon Crawler Carl, it got me. It got me good. That was a good series. Books 108 and 109 are Retribution and Providence. Books 10 and 11 of the Beginning After the End series. I was mistaken when I said book 13, or I was looking forward to book 13. It's book 12, because I guess 12's not out yet. I just misremembered. I don't know why I'm necessarily specifying. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, do you care? I don't fucking care. Same verse, second verse, same as the first. It's a lot of the same. Like, he's really good at magic. There's a lot of political intrigue going on. It does start getting interesting. I don't remember exactly when this happens, but Tessia, the beautiful child, I hate that phrase, essentially gets taken over, or reincarnated, as a girl that Gray knew in his previous life. What was she called? I don't remember. But she's a super powerful being now, because for some reason when you're reincarnated, you become way more powerful than you originally were, and this bitch was already disturbingly powerful on fake Earth, so like it just increases it. I don't remember the term. They use a specific term for her, but so she's taken over So she's working for the bad guys, which didn't really add as much conflict as I would have hoped, especially because one of Gray's friends from his previous life was also reincarnated, and they had like a little bit of conflict, but really not. I feel like Turtle May could have done way more regarding all of that. I guess I didn't say. Narrated by Travis Baldry and Elizabeth Evans, the first 2 books in the series to have dual narration. Travis Baldry, phenomenal job as always. Elizabeth Evans, I do have a little bit of bone to pick with her. She breathes a lot. No offense to her, I want her to keep breathing. Alright, like, breathing's good. It's a personal pet peeve of mine when audiobook narrators are constantly breathing into the microphone. I understand it's hard to learn to talk without doing that. I can't do that. I have to inhale all the time. I'm just a human. But there's so much of it, and usually it's not terrible, but when it's... And Arthur did this thing that he does. It's like, bitch, you're gonna make me hyperventilate just thinking about it. She's a fine narrator. She's got a good voice, but the breathing, she needs to tone that down just a smidge. Oh, I will say, at the end of book 109, the bad guy, Agrona, he gets finished. Like, he's not dead, I believe. He's just, like, taken into custody. So, the new main bad of the series is going to be the father of Sylvia, the dragon, who was very nice to Arthur in the first book. Which is interesting. I like the fact that it's like, oh, it's not necessarily this guy who's the bad guy. This guy's doing other fucked up shit. Like, he needs to be addressed too. He is part of the problem. So, I like that. The whole plot with Tessia being taken over is done now. Arthur's other friend, Nico, is also done. Like, they're no longer part of the story, I believe. I will be interested to see where it goes from here, because so much has been changed. We don't have our main antagonist anymore. We don't have the certain, like, drama elements to it. Book number 110 is Rhythm of War, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. Book 4 of the Stormlight Archive. It is the last Stormlight Archive book on this list. I feel like Rhythm of War is a very good book, because it delves a lot into the magic and how part of it functions. I am a very big fan of magic esoterica, you could say. I love when books get into the nitty-gritty about how shit works, even if it's not necessarily like, oh, this works because of this concept in physics, shit like that. You know, it's whatever. But like, this book specifically is dealing with like, oh, how does sound interact with the raw magic of Roshar? Like, that's really fucking cool to me, and that is completely wrapped into the main focus of the plot, where Urithiru, the big magic city, has been taken over. It's been taken over because the bad guys inverted the magical protections, so now the good guys can't function there anymore. And that's looped into, oh, well, how do we fix that? It also turns into Die Hard a little bit, because Kaladin, the main depressed boy, he is exploring the Tower City while it's under siege. Well, not even under siege, while it's under occupation. And he's trying to do what he can to help out. And there's such a good fucking moment. It's essentially at the all is lost point of the book, talking about like storytelling tropes, where he's in a coma and he's being tortured via magic by the antagonist, and he has a little reprieve from Hoyd, who is... Have I talked about Hoyd? I don't know if I have. He shows up in most of Brandon Sanderson's works, almost all of them, at least as far as the Cosmere is concerned. He's a main character of the overarching story. He knows a lot. And he shows up in this, like, mindscape, and he gives Kaladin, you know, a little helping hand, a big thing throughout the series is Hoyd telling Kaladin stories, and Kaladin's like, hey, can you tell me a story? Like, I'm not ready to go back out into the chaos. Like, can you tell me a story? Like I'm feeling like I'm not ready for this. And the story's basically about like, oh, like the dog. The story was the dog and the dragon. The dog didn't achieve his goal of becoming a dragon, but he still did the best that he could, and that's what matters. And at the very end, when he's ready to go back, because it's manifested like a storm. When Kaladin's ready to go back into the storm, Hoyd says such a beautiful line. I opened right to it. You told me it would get worse. It will, Wit said. But then it will get better. Then it will get worse again. Then better. This is life. And I will not lie by saying every day will be the same, or will be sunshine. But there will be sunshine again, and that is a very different thing to say. That is truth. I promise you, Kaladin, you will be warm again. Really good. It's very good. I don't even want to say representation. It's a very good metaphor for depression. Because if you have depression, you have good days, you have bad days. Not every day is bad. Some days will be good. That's a brush statement. There are people that just have nonstop bad days. I get that. But I thought that was a very well done part. It's always nice to get to when you get to that point of the story. Book 111 is The Martian, written by Andy Weir and narrated by Will Wheaton. It was a pretty good book, honestly. I started reading it at one point. I just kind of set it down, never got back to it. But then I decided, I want a little bit of a break. I'm not usually a big, science fiction fan. I gave it a shot. I'm not, huge on Will Wheaton. He's whatever. So, I'll give it a shot. And I actually really liked the book. Kind of going into, I guess you could say, for Rhythm of War, where I love when they get into why shit works. He gets into why shit works a lot. Sometimes quite literally, why shit works. Sometimes it tries a little bit too hard to be funny, I feel. But overall, it was a very good experience. If you're unfamiliar, homie goes to Mars and then he gets stuck there. That's bare bones that he has to survive. It's a lot of trying to figure out necessarily how he's going to survive, what he needs to do, and of course, it's a book. A lot of bad things happen. It's good. It's a good book. I haven't actually watched the movie. I'm planning on it at some point, but I had a good time. I don't know if I will go out and listen to Andy Weir's other books anytime soon, like Project Hail Mary and Artemis. I'm not super interested in them. I'll just listen to them whenever I feel like. But The Martian was a good book. Book number 112 is Brotherhood of the Wolf, Book 2 of the Rune Lords. We're back to the Rune Lords. Honestly, this book was kind of whatever. It feels like a filler book, where not a whole lot is being established. Yes, you have the Wild, who is basically a manifestation of magic. You have the Wild showing up, which is fine, and then you have the little girl who eats reavers. Reavers are these big, insecty monsters. And she's figuring out, oh, they're trying to destroy the world. Okay, we get that. These fucking things that make different scents come out of their butthole to talk to each other. Yeah, there's gonna be something going on with them. My favorite thing about the Reavers, specifically, is they have really big hammers. And they're called Glory Hammers. I'm a big fan of the band Glory Hammer. But they're called Glory Hammers because the mess that they make is glorious. It's dumb. I thought it was funny, though. I've always enjoyed that. It's dealing with a lot of political intrigue as well. We gotta make sure, Raj Atten doesn't suspect what we're doing. Oh, gotta get Raj Atten's girlfriend to him to convince him to stand down. Oh, Borenson gets his fucking nuts smushed. It's whatever. I guess, I did say there was kind of a lot happening. There is kind of a lot happening. Oh, and because Gaborn is Magic Earth Man, he nuts in this girl once, and she's pregnant, and she knows it, immediately after. She's like, There's baby in me because he's the Earth King. I know it. That was kind of silly. Personally, team no kids, but I will accept some like baby related stuff. And so just be realistic about it. Like, yes, it's hard to say be realistic about it in a fantasy series, but he spooges at her once, and she's like, "I'm pregnant. I'm feeling it," and he's like, "I'm still in you." Book number 113 is The Shining, written by Stephen King and narrated by Campbell Scott. I actually really ended up liking The Shining. I don't know if I addressed this during Misery, but I am not a big Stephen King fan. I like some of the movies that have been made regarding his works. At the point of going through The Shining, I was 1 for 2 regarding liking his stuff. I had gone through it, did not like it, really liked Misery. I think Misery is an excellent book. I got to The Shining, and I thought Shining was really good. It's better than the movie. Like, that's kind of a given. You know, most things are. But a lot of the characters are a little bit better in the book. Main thing is Jack Torrance. In the movie, no offense to Jack Nicholson, in the movie, he's just kind of a dick. So you're not surprised when he kind of goes off his rocker and starts being murdery. But Jack Torrance in the book seems to be like a genuinely good guy. At least for the most part, he's got some red flags. So it makes it almost more tragic seeing him fall the way that he does, become one with the Overlook Hotel. I also really like how the book expands on what The Shining is, how people experience it, stuff like that. That's not really something that they were able to portray in the movie, or even if they wanted to portray it in the movie. But it was very well done. I will listen to Dr. Sleep at some point. It's actually on my phone right now. I'm in no hurry to get to it, but I really liked The Shining. It makes me appreciate Stephen King's works a little bit more than I did. Because I used to just straight up think, oh, Stephen King's a bad author. Not necessarily a bad author, but that I don't like him. This changes my opinion a little bit. I'm still 2 for 3. Like, it is still a big no-no for me. But Misery and now The Shining. Good stuff. Next we have book 114, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, written by Brandon Sanderson, narrated by Michael Kramer and Kate Redding. This is book 3 of like the Cosmere Secret Projects. It's not all Cosmere. I skipped book 2 in this because I really didn't like book 2. That was The Frugal Wizard's Guide to Surviving Medieval Europe. Medieval England, I apologize, it's right here. It's one of those. So I did read it. It was fine. But Yumi and the Nightmare Painter is really good. I think Yumi and the Nightmare Painter is probably my favorite of the Secret Projects. Maybe tied with Sunlit Man, because Sunlit Man is a little more directly connected to pivotal elements in other books. But Yumi and the Nightmare Painter is a very good book. It is essentially a romance book. You have these two characters who essentially travel between each other's worlds, having to live out each other's lives a little bit. The person whose world it is, they are a ghost, so they can't directly interact with the people that are there, so they have to guide the other through what to do. It's fun, it's good. Some of the writing is a little whatever, but like the charm really makes up for it. I will say though, okay, this is a hot take and spoilers for Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. If you want the ideal ending for this book, do not read the epilogue. 100% stay away from the epilogue. If you want a happy ending, read the epilogue. The true ending of the book, I feel, is one of the main characters dying and fading away. It is such a beautiful ending if you leave it like that, because it was foreshadowed. It was foreshadowed that way, and it has such an emotional impact that it makes the book so much better than it is. And then unfortunately you have the epilogue, which is a fine epilogue, don't get me wrong. But it's it diminishes the emotional impact of the ending of the story. It makes it a happy ending when it should have been a sad ending. The character who died comes back. And yes, they do talk about that, because one thing they talk about is they really like dramas. They like their soap operas. They like their soaps. Oh, there was a sad episode of the show. It was the last episode of the season. It was a sad ending. Oh, but there was a secret episode. It's a happy ending. Okay, yes, that was foreshadowed too, but 100% the sad ending, way to go. That is the way to do it. I am a big fan of a good, light-hearted book eviscerating me emotionally. It's so fucking good when that happens. That's one of the reasons why I'm sad there hasn't been another Weapons and Wielders book by Andrew Rowe. I'm just waiting for that fucking tragedy to hit. And I got that with Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. And then I lost it. So 100%, if the next time I go through that, it's probably going to be a few years before I decide to take the plunge again. I'm going to stop at the epilogue. I'm not going to read it. There's no reason to, because the book ends perfectly before that point. Book 115 is Crystal Awakening, written by Andrew Rowe and Kaylee Nichol, narrated by Travis Baldry and Emily Lawrence. This is book 1 of the Shattered Legacy series. And you know what? I'm going to loop Phantom Chamber into it too. That's book 2, same narrator and all that. I'm looping these together. I did them at the same time. I wasn't planning on it, but then I found out that the series actually is not continuing. So I just decided, screw it, I'll knock them both off like this. Originally, when I listened to Shattered Legacy, I didn't... Crystal Awakening, sorry, that's the book. When I first listened to Crystal Awakening, I didn't like it that much. One downside to Andrew Rowe books sometimes is that there are scenarios that happen, so you're spending a lot of time dealing with these scenarios. And they're kind of magic made up fake scenarios, so they kind of wear on me. That's 100% on me. I'm sure there's some people that really like that. I don't. And I'm going to be 100% honest, I didn't really like any of the characters. I don't know if that's Kaylee Nichols' influence or not. I don't know what percentage of the books that she wrote or how much influence or whatever. Generally, with Andrew Rowe characters, I like all of them. For the most part. I can't even think of any offhand that I dislike. I don't like any of them in Crystal Awakening. Though, 100% to Emily Lawrence's performance doing the narration, she is able to, toward the end of the book, they're in a dire situation, they think one of the characters died. She was able to impart such emotion into what she was reading that it improved the characters for me. I thought that was very good of her. Otherwise, it's fine. Most of the characters end up dying, and I did not care. Part of it's because I already knew, but I just didn't care. And then rolling over into book 2, Phantom Chamber. Phantom Chamber is okay. It's dealing with trains. I'm not that autistic again. It was a fine book. The surviving 2 of the surviving characters are predominantly featured in this book. One of the other characters, Sage, he is in the book in 3 chapters. He is in the prologue. It's not even him. It's a letter he wrote. He has a small chapter in the second, or toward the middle of the book, maybe toward the end, where he got a second attunement so he can do more magic. And then I'm pretty sure he does the prologue. That's it. He's barely even in it. Which is funny because Travis Baldry does the male narrated chapters. So Travis Baldry had 3 chapters in this book, which was disappointing because I do like Travis Baldry. But that being said, Emily Lawrence does a better job than Elizabeth Evans did. I didn't hear her breathing every 5.5 seconds. So with the Shattered Legacy series no longer progressing, I actually saw that on Andrew Rowe's website where they decided to part ways, Andrew Rowe and Kaylee Nichol, due to creative differences, allegedly. I don't know any details. I don't know anything. I'm only going off of that phrase, like they're parting due to creative differences. That's fine. Shit happens, you know. I'd rather them split now than try to than make bad books. You know, that's the important part. That being said, I was perfectly fine with it just ending right there. Nothing was really resolved as far as Chime. Chime is like a sentient crystal from a crystal shrine, and like the whole point was like, oh, they're gonna like reunite all of Chime's fragments. Great, that's, you know, fairly compelling, but I just couldn't care about anyone else. These are my least favorite Andrew Rowe books. Hands down. I don't know how much of that is Kaylee Nichols' fault. I'm perfectly happy with the series ending the way it did. Book 117 is A Promise of Blood, written by Brian McClellan, narrated by Christian Rodska, book 1 of the Powder Mage trilogy. This book was interesting. It's Revolutionary War styled fantasy, like you're dealing with flintlocks and like kind of like that aesthetic a little bit. It was fine. I didn't hate it, but now that I'm honestly thinking about it, I don't know how much of it I actually liked. I will continue the series at some point. I didn't continue it this year, or last year, whatever you want to say. I don't know. I didn't care a whole lot about what was going on. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset while I was listening to it. The only character I really cared about was like this old detective that was charged with like figuring out what these like cultists are saying regarding like God, like God's return, shit like that. And you know what? That's fine. That's interesting to me. You know, and his part's dealing with that, and you know, like other various tasks that he's set upon. One of the other main characters, he's like this general that ended up overthrowing the king, and he's whatever, you know. Another character is his son, and that one's a little bit better, maybe because he's a little more proactive, like he's actually going out and doing stuff. He's also got this girlfriend, I guess, who can't really speak like their language, but like they still like kind of communicate with each other. And they fall in love, of course. I didn't care enough about the series to finish it for this year, but I will finish it at some point, especially because there's a second trilogy following the first. Books number 118 and 119 are A Testament of Steel and Memories of Prophecies. Books 1 and 2 of the Instrument of Omens series, written by Davis Ashura and narrated by Nick Podell. My boy, Nick Podell. These books are interesting. Davis Ashura, I'm pretty sure, is Indian, so a lot of his perspectives bleed over into the books, which I find interesting. It's definitely a little more refreshing than the more generic, like European-inspired fantasy. A lot of it is the characters are really well done too. You have Cinder Shade, the man with the alliterative name. He and this elf princess, Anya Aryan, are reincarnated versions of Shokan and Sira, who are saviors of this world. Of multiple worlds, actually. And they don't know any of that at first, but then they start gaining memories. Cinder and Anya fall in love, and then they kind of learn that they are Shokan and Sira. It's interesting to me. I like it. It does kind of fall into some more generic fantasy tropes, like the elves being like high, like superior complex dicks. Cinder is an absolute homie to everyone. He's like, nah, it's all about brotherhood. You're all my brothers. We're in fighting school. It's not magic school. We're in fighting school. You're all my brothers. I would die for all of you. And it wins the elves over. It's really fun. It's kind of my thing. It's a good message too. I feel, you know, like, oh, like we are all brothers. We are all fighting for the same cause. The big bad of the series, Shet, ends up kind of rising, and that's why Shokan and Sira have been reborn at this time. Really cool. Earth is also mentioned. We don't get a whole lot of that in fantasy novels, which I'm personally fine with. Like, I'm 100% cool with epic fantasy being epic fantasy. No ties to Earth. The way that they do is very good, where Shet, and maybe even Shokan and Sira, I'm not entirely sure, but they're actually from Earth, and they have ascended through cultivation means, I believe, and they fight across, I think they call it like the web of worlds. That's interesting. That's a little bit different. We usually don't see fantasy dealing with that, at least not based on Earth. And I think book 5 might kind of take place on Earth. I thought book 4 would. I haven't gotten to book 4 on the list yet, but it doesn't. But we'll see where it goes. Book number 120 is Legends and Lattes, read and written by the wonderful Travis Baldry. I love this book. This is one of my favorite fucking books. I don't even necessarily know why. Like, the characters are all done very well. It's such a low stakes book too. Like, there's less investment as far as like, oh, the world is ending and all that. But I was so engrossed by this fucking orc building a coffee shop. Like, it's such a silly idea, but it's very well executed. And Viv, she gains friends along the way, and like, they're just so fun. There's Calamity, who is a hob, which I think is related to like a hobbit, like royalty-free hobbit. I'm not entirely sure. But I really like Calamity, and I like all the characters. I actually got Aaliyah to read this book, and she really liked it, which was surprising. She does not like fantasy at all. She really liked it. And we had a hamster. She passed away, unfortunately, but we named her Calamity after Calamity from this book. Aaliyah got a little confused because there's a rat person in the book named Thimble. She thought that Thimble's name was Calamity. Like, it'd been a while since she'd read it, so she just got a little mixed up. But so we just named her Calamity, like, for fun. Why not? Then there's kind of like an all's lost moment toward the end of the book, and it fucking slaps. Here we go. I like more like tragic elements in my lighthearted books. That being said, the book has such a good happy ending that it just gives me the warm and bubblies. This is absolutely like a Thanksgiving Christmas type book. Like, this is an end of the year wrapped up in a blanket type of story. Book number 121 is Unnecessary Heresy, book 3 of the Instrument of Omens series, written by Davis Ashura and narrated by Nick Podell. This book, it's dealing with Cinder and Anya kind of going on their own to spread the word about the big bad rising, about Shed Rising, which is interesting. I liked it a lot because it was a change of pace from the first 2 books. So the first 2 books are largely dealing with like the magic school. Book 3 is dealing a lot about Anya and Cinder's relationship and what they need to do. Honestly, one thing I didn't like about the book, toward I want to say like the 60% mark, I don't know offhand. There's Rashaska, I believe, this demon essentially modifies the memories of Cinder and Anya so that they feel like they hate each other. It feels so like half-assed because for the most part it doesn't really affect the way that they interact with each other because they still feel like they love each other. So it doesn't really change that much, and then sometimes like, oh, they argue. And then they kind of figure out like, oh, like we're arguing a lot. Like, did we used to do that? And then they're like, it's probably nothing. It's fine. I felt like that didn't really add anything. The whole point of it was to make them forget that they are Shokan and Sira so that when they see the big bad can't be like, wait, you guys are Shokan and Sira. It was whatever. That's a whatever plot element. But they're working for the big bad at the end of the book, which I do like. I think that's good. Book number 122 is Bookshops and Bone Dust. Book 2 of the Legends and Latte series, read and written by the wonderful Travis Baldry. This book is actually a prequel to Legends and Lattes. I don't know the exact time frame, but it's before Viv becomes as much of an adventuring orc as she used to be, as she retired from prior to the events of Legends and Lattes. She's injured in combat, so she stays in the small town for like a few weeks while she's in remission. As a story, it's fine. Like there's necromancy going on. Viv is helping this rat named Fern. Wait, no. I don't remember her name. Whatever. Is helping this rat person rebuild her shop. Like, okay, like that part's fairly compelling, but I'm going to be 100% honest. Travis Baldree captured lightning in a bottle when he wrote Legends and Lattes. That book fucking nailed everything it needed to. And I'm not going to sit here and say that Bookshops and Bone Dust isn't good. It is. One of the things I like most about it, actually, is the non-book, or the non-story related things that it does. I know a big thing that I gripe about are things that don't add to the actual story. But in this case, it's fitting because the stakes are pretty low, so it doesn't matter as much. It's the smut novels that we see snippets of throughout the book. I don't know why. I just get a kick out of them. Like they make me laugh because it's just so ridiculous. It's like high fantasy smut, and they get all flustered when they're reading it. It's funny, but no, I've always had this thought. Travis Baldree nailed Legends and Lattes, and I'm not trying to diminish him as an author. Bookshops and Bone Dust did not hit that same level, and unfortunately, that rolls into book 123, Brigands and Bread Knives, book 3 of the Legends and Latte series, read and narrated by the wonderful Travis Baldree. It has a lot of the same issues as Bookshops and Bone Dust, but even more so. There's a lot more action in this book, which is fine. I don't feel like it doesn't need the action, but the story is centering the Ratkin from the second book. She comes to visit Viv and decides to move her bookshop in that town. I don't remember the name of the town. Which is fine, but then after a week, she decides that she hates doing it. And you know what? 100%. That is actually core to Viv's story in Legends and Lattes. She hates adventuring at that point. She can't do it anymore. So then she wants a change of pace. So I guess her name is Fern. So I was correct. I just thought I was incorrect. But so Fern decides that she hates doing it, and she actually runs away. She runs away. She happens upon a well-known adventurer whose name I also can't remember, but the sword's name is Asterisk. She comes across a well-known adventurer, and they kind of accidentally go on a journey together. Originally, it was just like to get Fern to the next town, and then she stuck around, and then she stuck around, and then she stuck around, staying with this well-known individual whose name is escaping me. It's not even necessarily that Fern yearned for adventure. The idea behind her development was that she wanted to tell her own stories. She was a bookseller, so she was telling other people's stories. She wanted to tell her own stories. And we see that, actually, throughout the book, where she's talking to these people about like things that have happened, things that happen in Bookshops and Bone Dust. And the book ends with her having written her own book about her journeys with the hero. And all that is honestly really good. I liked that. But it just missed the charm. I don't know exactly how Travis Baldree could recapture that. I thought the best thing to do would be a direct sequel to Legends and Lattes. And yes, Brigands and Bread Knives is a direct sequel. But I'm talking like focused on Viv and Tandri and Calamity and the Legends and Lattes Cafe. But I don't know how much of that we could even do without treading upon the same ground. So, where do we even go from here? I don't know. I love Travis Baldree, but I don't know if he can capture that spark that he did with Legends and Lattes. That's what made Legends and Lattes such a popular book at the time. It got picked up huge on Book Talk. Ugh. I'm not big into TikTok. I'm not into TikTok at all. I can't fucking stand it. But it really blew up there, and there was a good reason for it. You know, a lot of things that tend to blow up don't really deserve it. Legends of Nantes, I feel, did. I think there's a reason a lot of people don't tend to talk about the next two books. Book 124 is Bonds of Truth. Book 4 of the Instrument of Omen series, written by Davis Ashura and narrated by Nick Podell. This one was actually new to me at least at the time of listening to it. I'd actually previously listened to the first 3. It was fine. It has a lot of revelations in it that I think are worthwhile. None I'm really going to share. But a lot of it is also dealing with Cinder and Anya visiting these temples and stuff and getting their orbs of power. That's kind of why they're working for the bad guy. They're getting these sources of power to unlock magic for humans. And that's fine, but that wasn't really compelling for the most part. We do see at one point Cinder almost die, and then he gets revived. And the characters that almost killed him were like, you best hope that he actually is Shokan Reborn. Because if he's not, and he comes back through that portal, you're fucking dying. And because Cinder is Shokan Reborn, he didn't, take revenge, but he fucking wanted to. I really liked that part. That part really stuck out to me. The rest of it, it was fine. I know I've been saying this a lot this last, recording session. Book 4 felt like kind of filler. I can't wait for Book 5 to come out, though. Or maybe it's already out. I'm not sure, but I know the audiobook's not available yet. It was okay. I'm glad it's out. I want more. Book number 125 is The Warrior Heir, Book 1 of the Heir Chronicles, written by Cinda Williams Chima and narrated by Robert Ramirez. The Warrior Heir and its sequel novels, The Wizard Heir and The Dragon Heir, growing up were some of my absolute favorite fucking books. I really loved them. I read them back to back to back to back to back to back. Listening to it again, 100%. It's still an absolute banger of a book. One thing that I didn't really pick up on is that the pacing is very slow in The Warrior Heir specifically. So it makes the book feel way longer than it is. If we're looking at runtime, we're looking at 12 hours and 48 minutes, which isn't that long. That's a little below average lengthwise for the books that I listened to this year. But it feels a lot longer than it actually is. It's more of a slow burn with what it's doing. Because it's not, despite what the name would suggest, it's not non-stop action the whole time. It's portal fantasy, or contemporary fantasy, however you want to call it. Jack Swift is the main character. He's just kind of living his life, and he's dealing with, turns out he's a magic boy, and he's a warrior magic boy, and wizards are after him. But we don't get a bunch of action. He's fighting the wizards. He's the wizard fister. Dropping storybook name, but we don't really have any of that in this. We have a little bit of it. It's more so about developing the magic, developing Jack into, I'll say it, into this apex predator type character. A reticent apex predator. He doesn't necessarily want to be a killer, but that's what he is turning into. Very well done. Very good book. They're young adult fantasy, but they don't really feel like it. They do feel more mature than they even are without resorting to sex or swearing. They are still YA. They're published by fucking Disney. But very well done. One thing I want to say about The Warrior Heir. This is the cover art for the recorded books version. It's bad. I really would prefer this cover. This cover is so much better. This is the cover that I had as a kid. It's actually updated a little bit, so it's got the glowy bits, the smoke surrounding it. But I really, really like this cover. I don't want to say it sparked a fascination with swords for me, but it definitely helped because it's just that's a cool sword handle. One thing I do want to say, Robert Ramirez does a very poor job in The Warrior Heir. He has a lot of mouth noise, because I feel like maybe he's a little too close to his microphone, so you can hear, like, every time his fucking mouth opens. And he breathes a lot while he's narrating, which is fine. Honestly, I wonder if that was his first book, because I'm gonna bury the lead here a little bit. This is like the third time I've said that. He gets significantly better starting with The Wizard Heir. Like, so it makes me wonder if that was the first book that he had narrated, where he was still kind of figuring shit out. He does a way better job with the other books. So that's 100% just an issue with this one. Which, speaking of, the next book is The Wizard Heir, Book 2 of the Heir Chronicles, written by Cinda Williams-Chima and narrated by Robert Ramirez. The second book is completely different at first. We're not even following the main cast of characters that we had in the first book. We are following a new character in, I want to call it magic school. It is technically magic school, but it's not, because he's not actually learning magic from the school. He's learning it from his homie that's there. But he's at boarding school for troubled boys, and they torture him for like half of the book, because he doesn't want to connect his magic to their magic. Honestly, really fucking compelling idea. I really like the characters involved. Like, we have Jason Haley, who is the other magic guy there that didn't link his magic with theirs. He's cool. He's just kind of a homie. He's a lonely guy, and that's pretty obvious. I think he's just so excited to have someone to like interact with, because they kind of sequester him into the basement, like, and they think like he can't get out or interact with anyone, and for the most part he doesn't. And then we have Trevor, who is a non-magic student that goes to this school, and like, he's like not into Seth. Seth is the main character's name. I don't even know if I said that. He's not into Seth at one point, because he feels like, oh, you're magic too, you're like these other guys, I don't want anything to do with you. But then he's like, oh, you're actually like resisting, so like you're not like them. So he becomes a homie again, and he offers to try to help Joseph get out of the magic school. But because the bad guys are listening to into all the dorm rooms, they actually kill Trevor. Hashtag justice for Trevor. Super sad, like, honestly really fucked up. But I'm all for that. I'm absolutely for that. Then about halfway through, he gets rescued out of magic school, and he ends up in Trinity, Ohio, which is where the events of the Warrior Heir take place. And he starts interacting with the prior cast of characters. We kind of see everyone a few months after what was going on. Actually, it's like 6 months after, I think, something like that. So we get to see, we get fully introduced to Seth. We get new cast of characters. There's a little romance going on with a girl named Madison Moss, which, point of note, multiple times throughout the second and third books, they say like she has such a unique name. I believe the term was singular name. Madison? No. What? I thought that was stupid. And like, if it was just one time, I would have like written it off. But it's like 2 or 3 that they say that. Like, oh, she has such a unique name. Like, does she though? I know Cinda Williams-Chima lives in Ohio. Maybe Madison is not a prominent name in Ohio, but I wouldn't go as far to say it's singular.
So according to mynamestats.com, the name Madison is actually pretty uncommon. Like, yes, almost 8,000 people in the United States, that is a pretty high amount, but it's not nearly as prominent as I thought it was. For example, my name, James, is incredibly common, according to mynamestats.com.
Wizard Heir, it feels like another Warrior Heir. We're seeing this character coming of age story. He's figuring out his life. Oh, all this magic and shit's kind of dropped on him. There's a lot of that. The stakes are actually like way higher too, because they're actually dealing with, it's essentially like magic terrorism. Wizard Heir, absolutely a great book. Book number 127 was Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon, written by Matt Dinniman and narrated by Joe Hempel. Matt Dinniman making a return on this list, most well known for Dungeon Crawler Carl, of course. The idea of Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon is basically this guy is trapped inside of a video game called Kaiju Battlefield Surgeon. He's tortured, like he gets like sent through hell like for like 10 minutes every time he dies in the game. So death doesn't really have like a huge penalty in it. But they're trying to figure out a way to escape. There's another character there. It's a fine book. There's a lot of really gross shit in it. It's very gory. And there's one specific scene that revolted me so much. Talking about like this rotten milk that like a bunch of kids in this neighborhood like threw a bunch of shit into and then blended up and like he had to drink as a kid. Oh, it was horrible. Horrible. Hated that. Otherwise though, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think, I'll just call it KBS. I don't think KBS is really worth going through. It came out before Dungeon Crawler Carl, I'm pretty sure. And it kind of shows in the writing, like it feels a little more, I don't even want to say immature, it feels less refined. And that's fine. Everyone's got to start somewhere. I just want to say I'm glad that Matt Dinniman, I'm glad that he branched past KBS. That being said, if they do a KBS 2 at some point, which he just kind of hinted at the end of the book, 100% for it. 100%. Book number 128 is The Edge of the Dream, Book 2 of The Lost Edge, written by Andrew Rowe and narrated by the wonderful Rick Podell. I mentioned it like wasn't out yet when I did the first clip. It came out, I listened to it like the next day. Really good book. I really liked it. I'm going to be honest, it makes me like the Edge of the Woods more. I don't even necessarily know why it makes me like The Lost Edge more. It just kind of does. I think because I'm now way more invested in Lian. Oh, actually, speaking of Lian, okay. There are a lot of things that I missed. And that kind of goes into one of the reasons I really, really like this book. This book is Lore Drop City. There are so many lore drops. Like, one of the things that I missed, this is 100% my fault for being an audiobook listener. The main character's name is Lian. I always thought it was Liam with an M. But apparently it's Lian. As in Talian. Which is like the Edrian, I think Edrian, no. Whatever. It means sword. I didn't know that. In this world. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that it was supposed to be a play on Talian. Which goes into a lot of what this book discusses. It discusses Lian's connection to Andarin, the god of swords, in this world. Which Karis Salirian, Talian, he also has a connection to Andarin, the god of swords. And that was kind of addressed a little bit in A Brief History of Chronomancy, where they kind of talk about Lian, because Lian shows up in that book, or at least a version of him does, being like an alternate version of Talian. But this book really is like, okay, there's something going on here regarding Talian, regarding Lian. There's so many fucking questions, even though it's Lore Drop City. So there are, I mentioned the Dominions a little bit, like fire, mental, all that. There are what are called Prime Dominions, I guess. One of them had been mentioned in A Brief History of Chronomancy, the Say Dominion. The Say Kes is the name of the Say Kes Talian. So it's connected to the Say Dominion. I didn't realize that. Like, I didn't catch that. Even reading the fucking book, I didn't catch that. There's the Vey Dominion. Vey-Kes. The Vey-Kes are demigods, the children of Valian, who suck in the magic of others. So the Prime Dominions, there are 4 of them. Say is destruction. Oh, there's one for creation, giving and taking, I believe. I don't remember exactly offhand. But, like, oh, that made so much more sense. And Andarin, he has, like, this journal that Leon reads through. He, like, translates and reads throughout the book. And it mentions one of the other Dominions as well. It's like, oh, that's really fucking interesting. I had no fucking clue. It's like in the Brandon Sanderson books, when they talk about, like, new shards or, like, new types of investiture. It's like, whoa, lore. But no, this book was Lore Drop City. The story itself was fine. There's a competition that he starts with this other guy because he wants to take Leon's friend away. That part was fine. For me, it was the lore drops that were really hooking me. I actually needed to take breaks sometimes during this because it would just, like, drop something on me and I'd be like, I need a fucking sec. Granted, I was at work, so I could just pause it and then just, work. But Edge of the Dream, really fucking good book. I am so happy that it redeems the Lost Edge series for me. And we do see a little bit more of Jonin, but I want more of that, so maybe we'll get that. There's also hints of, like, a new War of Broken Mirrors book. So we'll just have to see how that crumbles. I really wish Andrew Rowe could just crank these books out, because I would absolutely be here for it. He's working as fast as he can. I fully understand that. I really don't want him to rely on AI. It's because, like, AI bad. But generative AI bad. But I just want more. It made me so happy. Book number 129 is The Dragon Heir, written by Cinda Williams-Chima. Book 3 of the Air Chronicles, and narrated by Robert Ramirez. I don't know why I did it in that order. Book 3 is really good. It is the perfect culmination of this trilogy. We get closure on a lot of things that were discussed in the previous books. We deal with the origin of the Were-Guilds, which is the magical system of this world. We get the main antagonists that, like, they're eliminated. Their magic is taken from them. Really good fucking ending. We see redemption for the Were-Guilds, and we get the loose threads from the second book eliminated, like Warren Barber. Really fucking good. It also had a tragic death. Hashtag justice for Jason. Jason dies. Still fucking cut up about that. Always will be. It's just such a good book. It's a lot faster paced, I feel, than the first 2 books, and it really feels like that. Even though it's dealing with, like, a lot of, like, smaller scale stuff, like Jason is injured at some point. So then he, like, goes and stays with the singularly named Madison for a while, and she is dealing with her own hometown troubles, which do involve wizards, but not the really bad wizards. They're just kind of bad wizards. Overall, though, really good book. Perfect culmination of the trilogy. Unfortunately, there's 2 more books, but we're not getting to those yet. Book 130 is How I Became the World's Strongest Warrior by Using Only Basic Attacks. I probably fucked that up. It's book 1 of that series, written by Kenny King and narrated by Luke Daniels. It is exactly what the name implies. He becomes really fucking strong by using only basic attacks. I don't really want to say much about this. There's not even much to say, honestly. Like, it's pretty self-explanatory. Not a whole lot even happens in the first book. So, like, that's it. It was fine. Book 131 is Beware of Chicken, Book 5. Book 5 of Beware of Chicken. Written by Casual Farmer and narrated by the wonderful Travis Baldry. It's a continuation of the story. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I don't think it's my favorite of the Beware of Chicken series. But one thing I really appreciate, Jin and his wife have a baby, And the book doesn't become focused exclusively around the baby, which I was really worried about, because they had the baby at the end of book 4, I believe. There are a lot of moments where they're talking about the baby, which is fine. It doesn't really get too gratuitous. God, just sometimes in fiction, when there's a baby involved, it really just takes over the entire fucking story, and I'm really glad that didn't happen here. We're dealing with Jin's grandfather. Well, not blood grandfather, but a grandfather figure. And he's actually disappointed with Jin and how he's living his life, but then he comes around. And that was, I feel like that was a really good story for that to go. Like, he's coming around to Jin and his way of life, and the way that Jin decided that he's not going to become a cultivator anymore. But then the old man's also worried because apparently, at the end of the path that Jin is on, they always die, and the old man's like, I don't want this. So I'm gonna be really fucking stoked if there's like a really sad ending to this. Too many happy endings, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes from here. I was really excited. I don't know how long the book had been out before I listened to it, maybe like a week or two. But I was like, when I realized it was out, I went straight for it. Book number 132 is A Hero's Choice, book 4 of the I'm Not a Hero series. Written by Sour Patch Hero and narrated by Nick Podell. I downloaded these at the same time, because I was really excited about both. I didn't even realize that I'm Not the Hero 4 had come out. I don't know how long it had been out since I listened to it, but like I'm here for it. Really good book. I don't really know a whole lot I could even explain about it, because it does deal with like a lot of the same things. It's more like a war book, you could say, because it's dealing with fending off the city against the demonic horde, which is the whole reason they're even in this world. And there's a lot of weird things about what's going on. Like, there's a lot of humans and human-esque creatures among the demons. So they're like, what the fuck is going on here? And then at the end of the book, they actually defeat the demon lord. And Daniel, the main character, the hero, he gains dark essence, and like he's able to use it. He doesn't know what it does yet. He hasn't used it. But it really makes me think, are we going to get the isekai they turn into the bad guy that I was hoping for? If we do, oh, I'm fucking stoked. Book 4 was really good, though. I'm glad it came out. I'm really looking forward to book 5 now. If Tommy Kerper, I believe is the Sour Patch Hero's name, if he could get on that shit and release it like now, I'd be cool with that. Book number 133 is actually Dungeon Crawler Carl again. Part of my rule is if I read a book versus listen to it, I can put it on the list twice. And I read it. I read through it on like my lunch breaks at work, and it's still a good book. I will say the ebook, not even necessarily the ebook, the written book does lose out on some of the more fun things the audiobook has, like the different sound effects. The system AI is such a fun voice. New achievement! It misses out on that quite a bit, but it's still a really fun book, read or listened to. Book number 134 is The Enchanter Heir, written by Cinda Williams-Chima, narrated by Robert Ramirez. Book 4 of the Heir Chronicles. I don't like this book. I don't think it was necessary to write. It 100% feels like either fan fiction or I had to write this book due to a contract. And she did have to write it due to a contract. Essentially, there's a new cast of main characters. Oh, are you done? There's a new cast of main characters. The main character's name is Jonah. He is incredibly strong. He is magically strong. He is gorgeous because he is an enchanter. So all the girls love him. He is a musician. He's like the best musician. And he is so good with the sword that he can go toe-to-toe with the warriors from the first 3 books. No problem. And, he kills the main antagonists of the first 3 books Just from the get-go. He just offs them. Like, oh, why didn't they do that? Also, he's part of, I don't want to say it's like a secret society, but he's part of this group of magically mutated people who were never discussed in any of the other books. They were never even mentioned, never referenced, whatever. But everyone knows about them. Like, they even have, like, slurs regarding them. They're called lab rats. So everyone knows about them. They're, the figurehead of, like, this school, Gabriel Mandrake, he's a well-known sorcerer. None of that was ever mentioned. It's in Cleveland, which is supposed to just be, like, I think an hour away from where Trinity is located. Like, if it's so close, why didn't you talk to them about it? Like, hey, wizards are taking over the town. You want to come help? Nah. It feels 100% like fan fiction, or in better words, it feels like a desperate attempt to come up with a new storyline when you're tapped out of ideas for the pre-existing one. And that's not me trying to say that I think Cinna Williams-Chima is a bad author. She wrote good books after the Air Chronicles, or the original trilogy. I think the Seven Realms books were pretty good. I didn't care for the Shattered Realms a whole lot. I read through the first one, didn't like it. But the Enchanter Heir, not very good. Oh, also, other girl, there's another main character, Emma. Emma is her name. So we have Emma, who's the other main character. Oh, she's not like other girls. She just wants to play music, and she doesn't do good in school. And, oh, she comes across Jonah and is immediately infatuated with him, and he's immediately infatuated with her. Oh, but he can't touch people because he's got, like, a toxin in his skin that will kill people, like, near instantly. But, oh, she kisses him at one point, so she almost dies, but she doesn't fully die, even though it was a fucking kiss on the lips. So she's fine. She had to be healed. Like, it all feels very fan fiction-y. And that rolls into the next book, The Sorcerer Heir, Book 5 of the Air Chronicles, Cinna Williams-Chima, Robert Ramirez. It's a lot of the same. It feels so unnecessary. I will say, I do think The Sorcerer Heir is a little bit better than The Enchanter Heir. It feels a little more relevant to the rest of the series, I think, because we have Trinity characters more heavily featured in it. And I understand why in The Enchanter Heir they weren't as heavily featured, even though they did show up. Chima probably didn't want them to overshadow the new characters. Entirely fair. 100% fair. I get that. But with The Sorcerer Heir, she kind of pedals back on that. It makes it more relevant to what's going on. It makes them more relevant to what's going on. We also get some character development of, like, Leisha Middleton, who was a bitch in the first 3 books. And then she fell in love with Jason, but Jason died. Hashtag justice for Jason. So we get some of that. We get, like, seeing, like, some of her, like, grief dealing with, like, his death still, even though it's been, like, 2 years since that happened. Then we get, like, the lore drops. So the whole reason why there are the Thornhill survivors, that's where the magic mutations occurred, is because they were trying to build biological weapons to fight against wizards. One of the main people involved was a woman named Lilith. Lilith was a pseudonym for Emma's mom. I don't remember what Emma's mom's name was. So Emma's mom was one of the leading people for Thornhill, alongside Gabriel Mandrake. They were a committed couple. They were together. Turns out, though, Emma's dad, who was also a sorcerer, went down to South America to see Emma and her mom, and saw that her mom had hooked up with Gabriel Mandrake, and while they were still married, and it's like, this bitch is cheating on me, so I'm going to poison the entire community. And the poison he used, for some reason, causes the genetic mutation, I guess genetic too, the magical mutations in the children to manifest in uncontrollable ways, like with Jonah killing people with, like, his touch. His brother can't control, like setting on fire, basically. They have another friend who can essentially see injuries. It's like, oh, well, there's all purpose built. It's kind of fucking dumb. And the whole, like, it was her parents. Oh, her mom was cheating on his dad, so he poisoned everyone. It's like, what the fuck? And we were supposed to feel bad for him because he died in book 4. Well, we really don't. And then, okay, so Lilith, I'll just call her Lilith. She thought Emma died at Thornhill. Okay? Then Emma turns up and Lilith is like, wait, I know you. You're my daughter. God, how could I forget the zombies? Okay, I forgot the zombies. The people that died at Thornhill, because they were given, like, magical treatment to make them immortal, even though they died, it, like, wasn't, like, completed or whatever, they come back as ghosts. And the ghosts can possess the bodies of the recently deceased. So they're zombies. They come back as zombies and they act like zombies. Oh, and Jonah's the only one that can understand them. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad I forgot about the fucking zombies. Okay, Lilith is in charge of the zombies, though. She's in charge of the ghosts. Shades, that's what they're called. Which is interesting, I wanted to say, because the name of the sword in the Warrior era was called Shadow Slayer. But if Chima had just named it Shade Slayer, that would have, and then, like, just mentioned, like, oh, that's what Shade Slayer was meant to fight. Boom. Continuity. Lilith is in charge of the fucking zombies, and she sees that her daughter's still alive, and then her daughter's like, if you continue, like, attacking my friends, like, I don't want to deal with you. And then Lilith is like, so she fucking leaves. She just vanishes. And Mandrake is like, what the fuck? Oh, Lilith and Mandrake are teamed up again. So he's like, wait, what the fuck? Where are you going? And then he gets shot and fucking dies. So, I don't even know if you can consider him an antagonist. He's really not. But he just fucking dies. Like, his involvement's over now. Lilith disappears. Nothing is established from that. The Shades aren't taken care of. So they're just existing. And the end of the book, instead of being more like the end of the Dragon Heir was, actually, even the rest of the series, minus book 4, each book establishes a new status quo. It's talking about, like it's more omniscient, dealing with, like, the aftermath of what happened in each of them. Book 4 doesn't really end that way. Book 4 ends on a cliffhanger where Madison's, the singularly named Madison, her sister is murdered. It ends like that. This book ends with Emma and Jonah finally holding hands because somehow her dad's notes helped them figure out a counter toxin to the poison for the Thornhill. Okay, whatever. And then, like, oh, they're just holding hands at the end. So nothing is resolved other than the fact that the remaining Thornhill survivors are cured, or are being cured. But that's it. And we're not getting another book, I'm pretty sure. There's nothing about it on her website. So it's as is right now. It's an unfinished second trilogy that feels like fan fiction of the first. I like Cinda Williams-Chima. I do. She was one of my favorite authors growing up. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't, like, read a ton growing up. I read the same books over and over. But hers were among those. So when I saw that books 4 and 5 were coming out, I was so fucking stoked. I even bought, or maybe they're Christmas gifts, I don't remember. I got the fucking hardcovers when they came out because I really fucking wanted them. But man, was I disappointed. Like I said, I do still like Cinnamon and Shima. I actually just started for first book of 2026, The Demon King, which is the first book of her Seven Realms series. And like it's pretty good so far. It's been a long time since I've listened to it, so I don't really remember a whole lot of what happened, but it's pretty good. Way better than the ending of one of my favorite trilogies. Book number 136 is The World's Strongest Warrior 2. I'm not saying that whole fucking name. Kenny King and what was his name? Luke Daniels. This book was fine. The plot is one of their friends is permanently killed, so he goes and climbs like this impossible to climb tower to resurrect him, basically. That part's fine. There's a lot of like the system optimization stuff in it. You know, whatever. Number go up. I like that. I'm a human. I like number go up. The biggest blemish, honestly, is there is so much gratuitous sex in this book. Like, it's talking about this character slobbing on his knob and shit. And like, it's also like, oh, I'm lesbian, but I really like your dick for some reason. Like, I don't understand that. It feels like self-insert type shit, like kind of like with Ragnarok Awaits or whatever. It just felt so unnecessary. Like, it's so fucking stupid, and it was so long too. There were so many scenes of it. The first one was the longest though, where I would just sit there, like I was working. Oh, okay. Well, it's going. It's going on a little long. Skip ahead. Still going. Skip ahead to that big headphones. Skip ahead. Skip ahead. Skip it. Why the fuck is this still going on? It was minutes of it. It added nothing. Like, it was unnecessary. Like I said, I'm not like a prude. It's fine in small quantities, but you don't need that fucking much of it. That being said, I will not be continuing the series. I actually, from the get-go, just based on the cover art of the first two books, I had strong suspicions regarding Kenny King using AI in the creation of these books. And after looking at his upcoming books and his like recently released ones, he's got like 8 books coming out this year. And this was not a short book. This was the audiobook wise, it was 30 hours long at almost 250,000 words. That is really fucking long. And if he's writing 8 books in a year, or like in a similar time frame, he's 100% using AI. And I do not support that. I'm glad I didn't pay for these books, so I will not be continuing the series. That being said, I will say I did have suspicions listening to it that it was AI, because like some of the verbiage was kind of weird. But Luke Daniels, who I am 90% sure is a real individual, did a very good job narrating it and breathing like actual life into it. He made it better. Yeah, no thank you. I don't support generative AI in art. I don't support generative AI in general. I don't think LLMs should really have any place in the writing process. I'm going to put my time where my mouth is. No more. I don't even think I was going to continue the series, but once I came across that, it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm alright. Book number 137 is Reign of Havoc, written by B.T. Narrow. Book 2 of the Legends of the Tainted series, narrated by Nick Podell. Why is this book 2 and not book 1, you ask? It's because I forgot to put book 1 on the list. Book 1 is the next book on the list now, 138, The Mage from Nowhere, Legends of the Tainted 1, Nick Podell. These books are okay. They're not amazing by any means. They're pretty middle of the road as far as quality goes. You got the main guy, Tarek, who was a lazy layabout. So his dad, who is related to a god, put him in a time cave. And, it's like 400 years in the future now. And now Tarek is going to go work for the new king and be a wizard for him. It's fine. Like, the plot is fine. I think the characters really improve it. Like Leon, he's like the huge asshole with a heart of gold. That's pretty good, you know. The actual story, it's fine. It was good enough for me to finish the series, or at least finish what is currently available. The next book is coming. I don't know if I would even necessarily recommend these books. I recommend listening to them, just so you can get more of that sweet Nick Podell in your life. Books 139, 140, and 141 are House of Blades, The Crimson Vault, and City of Light. All written by Will White, narrated by Travis Baldry. Books 1 through 3 of the Traveler's Gate trilogy. I was not planning on listening to all 3 back-to-back the way that I did. That's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. These were really good books. I was not expecting to like them as much as I did, honestly. I don't really even know why I wasn't expecting to like them. I was under the impression that they were sci-fi for some reason. Maybe like Stargate like influenced me a little bit. But they're not. They're fantasy. They're straight up fantasy. The magic is interesting. Basically, everyone is connected. Well, not everyone. The travelers, they're the magic users. They are connected to different realms where their like magic comes from. They're like connected to like different beings and shit from those realms. Main character Simon, he isn't a traveler originally. He has to earn his way through Valenhall to become a traveler, and he becomes one of the most powerful ones because Valenhall specifically is based around fighting other travelers, which I think is interesting. I don't really know like what else to say. So the whole like first book, they're dealing with they're trying to fight this one guy. He's not like a king. He's like the leader of the city. Okay. Then the next book, it's about fighting the king, the Bad King. Bad King dies, but then he's actually resurrected as an incarnation of Ragnaros, which is potentially like the most dangerous of the different realms because their powers generally have a higher cost to them. Something I liked about the series, the different realms have different like mythologically driven names. And so like there's Ragnaros, like Ragnarok. Valenhall, which I don't know if it's supposed to be equivalent to Valhalla, but it 100% feels like it. The whole place is about fighting and shit. There's Tartarus. There's Elysia, the City of Light. It's interesting. It's fun, kind of a thing. But no, I 100% recommend, if you liked Cradle, give the Traveler's Gate books a shot. They're pretty short. They move quick, and they're very well done. Book number 142 is The Mage of Everywhere, Book 3 of Legends of the Tainted, written by B.T. Narrow, narrated by Nick Podell. It's the culmination of, I believe it's a trilogy of the Legends of the Tainted trilogy, where Tarek essentially like destroys the ancients that are trying to usurp the control of magic, and he even destroys like the incarnation of the raw magic, and he like becomes like a big hero. That's really all I have to say. Like I liked it. It's whatever. I feel like that's probably the worst thing that you could feel about a book is whatever. At least with like a book that you feel negatively about, at least strongly negatively about, like for Ragnarok Awaiting or whatever the fuck. I had so much to say about that fucking book, and I hated it. But like this book, I don't really have anything to say. It's very middle of the road for me. If there's another one, I'll listen to it. But as it stands, I'm cool with where it's at. The last and final book on this list, book number 143, is Darksiders: The Abomination Vault, written by Ari Marmel and narrated by Bob Walter. It's a fun book. It takes place like thousands of years before the Darksiders series, at least before Genesis. Or not counting Genesis, I'm pretty sure it takes place before Genesis 2, though. I'm not exactly sure about that. but it's really fun to see the horsemen doing their business for the Charred Council outside of the games. I know technically, like, they're not really working for the Charred Council in the games because plot reasons. At least, actually, in 1 and 3 you are, but then 2 you're not. Whatever. Besides the point. This isn't about the games, this is about the book. Seeing the relationships between all the horsemen to some extent, but predominantly War and Death, is really good. I think the character writing isn't exactly conducive to the games, but I'm pretty sure the beginning of the book waves that away with, oh, it's been thousands of years, like, people change. So, I'll give it a pass for that. I feel like there was a lot of potential in the book for what it was, so the whole idea of the Abomination Vault is that these are horrific weapons created by the first generation of Nephilim to do, like, unspeakable things. But we don't really get a whole lot out of that. We get Black Mercy, which kills anything you shoot. Okay. Affliction, I believe, is one of them. Or maybe not. No, I don't think Affliction is, but Affliction is still another Nephilim weapon, where it just, like, starts, like, it, like, necrotizes wounds as soon as they happen. So, like, they're, like, really hard to heal. We get Mortis, which I'm pretty sure appears in Darksiders too. Which is a shield where you protect yourself with it, and then some random person that the attacker loves fucking dies. That I love. I think that's a fucking great idea. Then it makes me wonder, what if they don't have anyone else they love? Like, will it just not defend you? I don't know. But that's really all we get. There's also Earth Reaver, which I think is just like a giant bulldozer. I feel like they could have done a lot more with that. They also could have done a lot more with expanding the worlds of Darksiders a little bit more, but they really didn't. It makes me wonder how much leeway Ari Marmel had in writing this book. But for what it is, I think it's fun if you like the Darksiders games. I do. So, like, it was absolutely up my alley. I have listened to it before. Yeah, it was worth a re-listen at least. So, since I have finished the list, there is one more DNF that I want to throw out there. Because I'm pretty sure I talked about the B Dungeon and...
No, I did not talk about the B Dungeon. I completely meant to, just forgot about it. Basically, it's a dungeon-style lit RPG where the main character, it's bee-themed. They use bees to save the dungeon from monsters. It's a fine concept, but I didn't end up liking it. So that was a DNF.
Whatever Terry Pratchett one that was. There's one more DNF that I want to address. It is How to Become the Dark Lord and Die Trying by Django Wexler. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset for this book, okay? But I got about an hour in, and I went, this is not for me. The story is incredibly repetitive at first, but that is because of the nature of the book. It is a time loop fantasy, which is fine. One of my favorite books of this year, the Mother of Learning series, is also a time loop fantasy. The main character, though, is really fucking annoying. I did not like her. Half the time she was just insulting people, and she's like, oh, well, I just hate being here, yeah. And she just wants to fuck everything that moves. Like, maybe I am a prude. But, like, it's like, oh my god, I get it. You're horny. Shut up about it. So that being said, this is the second Django Wexler book that I've actually DNF'd. I started Ashes of the Sun a couple of years ago, and I just couldn't do it. So, I'm going to be honest, I think I'm not going to attempt any more Django Wexler books. So I took the time to collect some fun facts for this year. My total word count, which I believe I specified, but I'm going to reiterate, is 100% an estimate. I do not have solid word counts for almost every single book on this list. I used the I believe it's the paperback publishing average of 300 words per page. And then I took the page count off of Amazon, when applicable, because sometimes I did. So that was, by and large, that was the mathematical formula that I used to get these word counts. Yes, I was probably a little inconsistent with, oh, I got the ebook word count, not the paperback word count. Oh, some paperbacks are formatted differently. Yes, it is not an exact art, or it's not an exact science, rather. I did my best. Like, these are all estimates, because, like, my total hours isn't even accurate, because I listen to books at anywhere between 1.25 or 1.35 speed. So, that's not even entirely accurate either. I didn't spend all this time listening to books. It was actually shorter than that. So, just throwing that out there. Like, these are my big asterisks. Okay? Total word count was 22.9 million words. The specific number is 22,979,893. That is a lot of fucking words. Yeah, like, can you even think of that many words? I can't. Granted, a lot of them are repeats, like the and. Total hours I spent listening was 2,446.28 hours. Again, that was with the asterisk of take away, like, God, what is that? 25% roughly of that total, which I should have done. I didn't. That's a lot of fucking hours, too. A year has like 8,700 hours in it, I'm pretty sure. So I spent roughly a year, or a quarter of a year listening to books. God, that's a lot of books. I will say I'm not going to attempt anything like this for 2026. I specifically went out of my way to listen to books during 2025. When I could have been like listening to YouTube or like podcasts or music or anything else. Not that I didn't do any of that, not podcasts because I don't really like podcasts, but I specifically made sure that I was listening to books as much as I could. Not that I didn't have a good time doing it, just God, it's a lot of fucking books. Okay, other stats. The longest book of the year was Wind and Truth by Brandon Sanderson at 62 hours, 48 minutes. So damn near 63 hours. That is a very long book. That's like 2.5 days of straight listening to a book if you wanted to just finish it as fast as you could. That's a long fucking book. The shortest book was The Slow Regard of Silent Things by Patrick Rothfuss at 3 hours, 39 minutes. Most books narrated by Travis Baldree at 38 books. It should really be 37 books because it's a +1 because of his guest appearance in Dungeon Crawler Carl Book 6. Nick Podell is in a pretty far second place at 28 books. In all fairness, I believe I should have looked. Nick Podell does a little bit longer books, at least for what I was listening to. Travis Baldree had a little bit shorter books, so that kind of balances. I could get through more Travis Baldree books than I could Nick Podell narrated books. That being said, that kind of proves my point. The most time spent narrated was by Nick Podell at 532 hours. So even though he had 10 fewer books, or I guess 9 fewer books, however you want to count that, he was by and large the most listened to narrator. I didn't put Travis Baldree, so it wasn't close enough for me to really consider. Most books written by Andrew Rowe at 19 books. Most words written by Andrew Rowe at 3.26 million. And Brandon Sanderson in a very close second at 3.22 million. Really fucking close. That's 40,000 words in between. That's a book in between, but that's really close between them. The series with the longest word count was He Who Fights with Monsters at 2.42 million words. That's a lot of words. Shirtaloon really fucking he wrote a lot of words. I don't have enough words to specify how many words that he wrote. Then the series with the greatest amount of titles was Cradle at 13 books. 12 main books plus a side book. Well, not side book, but like an extra book. He Who Fights with Monsters only had 12 books in it. That being said, if you specified like Brandon Sanderson books all being in the same Cosmere, then yes, that would technically be longer, but they are separated into separate series. Same goes for Andrew Rome. But as far as like straight up series, Will White. Will White with the Cradle books. Highly recommend those. Alright, well that was the year. That was 2025 in books, at least for me. There are some things that I could have done a little bit different as far as collection of data goes. I didn't specify time for all these. Like, I should have documented how long each of these books would have taken me, because I can look at that. I didn't specify like when I listened to any of them. I really should have. I didn't even think about doing this project until closer to like June or July, I believe. My goal of the year was 100 books, but I didn't think about making a video about it until around then. So I should have done that. I can try to put that information in the video as I'm doing it, because my audiobook app actually does track month-by-month basis. But is it worth it? I don't know. That's just info I should have had in the first place. I did want to say a couple of things. There are some books that I had intended to actually get to this year, but one of the biggest standouts being the Wheel of Time books. I have listened to all the Wheel of Time books before. It's been a few years, and I just kind of blasted through them. It was before I really absorbed audiobooks as much as I do now. Like, just being 100% honest. So I don't remember them as well as I probably should. I had meant to get to them, I just never did. They're sitting on my phone right now. Another thing as well, I should have read more, like physically read more this year. I only really read books that I cared about, which is good. Like, I just don't force yourself to read when you don't care about it. That's why a lot of people bounce off of reading it in school, because they're forced to reach it. They have no interest in. I have a lot of books I'm interested in, though. I just never got to it. Part of it was I mostly read during my lunch breaks at work, so that's 30 minutes, and then I'll sometimes read during like my 10-minute breaks. That's not a lot of time, and I was also dedicating a lot of my lunch breaks to other shit too. Like, I was typing a little bit, I was playing some games. Matthew worked with me for a little bit, so I was dicking around with him. I could have prioritized a little bit better. I also didn't want to read at the expense of other passions of mine, like video games. You know, I am a child at heart. There are other books I also did mean to get to. Like, I really, really wanted to re-listen to the Broken Earth trilogy by N.K. Jemisin. Just never got to it. It was just put on the back burner. I never really had like a set list of what I was going to read throughout the year or listen to throughout the year. With some exceptions, like I was listening to, I believe it was Strongest Hero, and then I downloaded Beware of Chicken and I'm Not the Hero 4 right after that. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna finish this one, and then that one, and then that one. It was I never had like a big plan for anything. Because a lot of it was also like how I was feeling. If I was having like a really shitty night at work, I would want something a little more palatable for that. You know? Like, I feel like that makes sense. And another point of contention a little bit, I didn't necessarily take authors into consideration based on like gender or race or nationality or anything. I mostly just listened to kind of what was coming my way, so that's why I feel like there aren't a lot of women or people of color on this list. That's not, I'm going to sound racist saying it, but that's not because I'm racist. It's just, that wasn't necessarily a factor for me, even though it really should have been. like, I think the most prominent author I have on this list that is a person of color was Davis Ashura. And I really liked those books. I really wanted to get to his Eternal Ephemera books. They're actually on my phone right now. It just kind of ran out of time. There's only so many books I can listen to in a year. And I know there are people that are like, I listen to 80 books a week because I listen to them at 8 times speed. Like, okay, but are you actually listening to them at that point? It's just sound. That's a straw man, but I do see online people listen to books at like 2 times speed. I don't understand that. So no, yes, I should have had a little bit more of a diverse catalog this year. Call to action, though, if anyone watching to this point has any recommendations for predominantly fantasy books, please throw them down below. I'm not going to promise I'll get to all of them, but like, hey, I need more books. I had a very hefty year of books. I need more. That being said, there are a lot of books this year that I was very happy with, like Dungeon Crawler Carl. I'm going to re-listen to those maybe once a year, honestly. Like, I really fucking liked those. I don't know if I'll re-listen to He Who Fights with Monsters every year, because that is a task, because that's a lot of book. There's a lot of good stuff this year. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, please let us know down below. Like I said, if you have any book recommendations, please feel free to drop them. If you liked any of the books I talked about, please let me know as well. If you hated any of the books I talked about, specifically that Ragnarok Awaits book, 100% drop that shit down below. I don't like that book. I'm sorry, Tim Steiner. I'm sorry. Anyways, that's it for me. Thank you so much for watching. This is James at Internet Nobodies. I'm out.